There we go. I think we're live now. Everything should be good to go. Welcome in, friends. I think we're live. Let me turn my phone down real quick before I forget. All right, I think all the streams are live. Welcome in, friends. It's good to see everybody. Give me 1 second. Let me organize my screens, make sure the screens are all set up ready to rock and roll. Thank you for being here. We got a midday stream going on because it's summertime. You know how summer is. The summer streams are a little bit unplanned, unscheduled, but we should be having here in the next couple of weeks a lot more streams popping off during the daytime. I've been scheduled some time off of work so I can do some streaming. So we're going to keep cooking through the summer. We're going to make things happen. Good to see you, Godless. Jay Steele, welcome in. Good to see you, friends. We're getting everything ready to rock and roll. Let me double check, make sure the guest box is open. Sorry about that. There we go. The TikTok guest box is open. Let me open up the guest box for YouTube. 1 second. 1 second, we'll get the YouTube guest box open. Okay, YouTube guest box should be open. TikTok guest box should be open. We should be ready to rock and roll. And with that, we'll grab our first super chat or two, and then we'll get our first guest pulled right in. Welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite. Oh, hold on here. 1 second. Let me make sure my chat highlights are working. My chat highlights are not working. Let me double check on it. Well, that one's working. We got a duplicate. Oh, sorry about that. 1 second. 1 second. We got duplicate chat. We got competing chat boxes now. We'll see if we can get that sorted out or not. Fantastic. Wunderbar. All right. Well, give me 1 second. We'll get that sorted out. I apologize. I was using a different web browser for the live chat, and it appears that the way it shows up in the system is kind of funky. It shows up as one browser rather than two different browsers, which that's a weird situation. I don't know why it's doing that, but give me 1 second. I'll switch back to the old browser and we'll get it fixed up real quick. It shouldn't be a big deal at all. Give me 1 second. We'll get our super chat window going. I was curious if the new browser was going to work. It's a fork of the Firefox browser. One of the audience members actually alerted me to its presence. So I checked it out this week, and it seems to work just fine until you have to import the screens into into Streamlabs. Streamlabs seems to be having a little bit of trouble there, so we'll work through that later. All right, give me 1 second. I'll have the other stream pulled in, and we'll get that chat box open. There you go. Both chat boxes are open. And then let me filter them real quick. Cool, now they're filtered, and then I'm going to go ahead and import both of them into Streamlabs, and then we should be ready to rock and roll, friends. Yeah, ready to rock and roll. Let's see, where's the other one at? Well, the first one is live and working. Bada bing, bada boom. Let me get the second one ready to go here. Let's see, where is my Opera browser? There we go. Second one's up and running. Bada bing, bada boom. All right, with that, friends, sorry about that. Let me grab the first couple super chats. We'll get our first guest in here as well. Randy Wilson in the house this afternoon. I think it's afternoon technically. Thank you for gifting out 10 DZ memberships. And Big announcements for everyone who's been asking. I did finally roll out a Patreon. It'll be in the description of the video, and it'll also be in my profile. So if you want access to the cheat sheet, or you want to support the channel, but you don't want to do it through YouTube, you can join the Patreon and actually bypass the YouTube system altogether. So Big W finally getting a Patreon set up. And Randy, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says, thank you for your channel. I love it. Well, Randy, thank you for supporting. It's members like you that keep the channel going. I couldn't do it without the members. And Marcus, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, Friday the 13th stream midday, ready for some unlucky, unholy barbecue. That's it. I was actually thinking of doing some sort of Friday the 13th theme, but there's nothing really out there. It's not really a thing that people would recognize. Piao, welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite. And Nightman cometh. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, fire up the grill for an afternoon barbecue. I'd crack open a cold one, but may not be appropriate while working. Listen, don't get yourself fired, but definitely after work, crack open a cold one. And cheers to a cold brew with the friends. LA Silver Surfer, thank you so much for the $10 super thanks. I super appreciate that. Good to see you, friend. And Ginger Thunder, good to see you too. It says, glad to catch another live. Looking forward to entertaining conversations. Well, we're going to do as much entertaining conversating as we can. So that is the goal. And we've got a couple new members on the vertical stream to the Kraken Crew Elite. TR83, welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite. And the Ravenverse, welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite. And Nerdy Dad, great name, welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite. All you guys got access to the cheat sheet now if you're in the Elite. And Adam, my good friend, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, in early, happy early Father's Day. Glad to have you cooking on another long shift today. It's going to be a long day today. In fact, after my son goes to bed later tonight, I'm going to be on recording with Sarah to do another episode of our Bible study. So it's going to be a long one, but it'll be a good one. And Cameron says, hello, sir. I missed your shows. Well, Cameron, I missed you as well. And here in the coming weeks, we'll be cooking quite a bit more. But for now, work and family come first. And Dave, thank you so much for the super chat, says, hell yes, let the barbecue commence. Listen, the grill is already on preheat, buddy. And Skeptic Quest, thank you for the super chat, says, I'm here for the duration of this 24-hour barbecue, 20-hour barbecue. Holy shit. Listen, I've had some long live streams yet, but I don't know if I've done 20 hours yet. I would if I needed to, but that's a new one. I have 20 hours. I'm not sure I'm ready for a 20-hour yet. And Steve, always coming in to argue with me, says, murder, grape, and slavery being immoral or wrong is imaginary. Listen, Steve, if you don't think that murder, grape, and slavery are somehow wrong, then you're just telling on yourself, and that's okay. We know that you don't believe it's wrong. And Adele, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, been counting down the days. Thanks for kicking off our weekend. Glad to see you. Well, Adele, thank you so much for being here, and thank you for supporting the channel. And yes, the weekend has finally arrived. I know some of you are still at work, but here in a couple of short hours, you'll be out for the weekend. And Jason, thank you for gifting out 5 DZ memberships. Big W, super appreciate that. And Charles with the super chat says, is there anything that God can do to prove it's real? Saying hi? Seeing, is that supposed to be if we don't have the intelligence to vet its claims? Well, I listen, I know what you're trying to say, right? You're essentially saying, if God can prove himself to be real, then do we have the mental faculties to know that it's actually him? And again, that's on him. He created us, right? So if he wants us to know that he's real, he could have created us with the mental faculties to know that he's real. So that's the way I would look at that. And Adam says, if Phil Brodrivel is the best evidence they have, but I'm too dumb to grasp it, does that mean I'm too dumb to believe in God and therefore get the hellfire for being a dummy? Seems sus to me. Yeah, pretty much. The doctrine of hell is the worst thing Christianity could have contrived. It's the one thing that really ruins the arguments for God. not the one thing, but it is one thing that I think definitely ruins the arguments for God. And Rachel says, at home recovering from abdominal surgery, praise Doug, everything went as expected. Best way to recover is attending barbecue from the comfort of home. Well, listen, hopefully you can have some good recovery and enjoy yourself while you're at the barbecue. And combat conversation with the $10 super chat. Thank you so much. Says, love the show. Longtime listener. Question, how many communions does it take to eat a whole Jesus? Praise Doug. So this is actually a really good question, Combat, because if you believe in transubstantiation, I can't say the word, but you know what I mean. If you believe in transubstantiation, then you do have to ask yourself, are we eating part of Jesus or all of Jesus? That's actually a really good question. And if we're only eating part of Jesus, what part are we consuming? I think that's a question that's worth asking. All right. Now, with that, let me grab, I think we read a couple super chats. Let me grab real quick our first guest. We'll pull Derek in and get him on the stream. We can see him. Can we hear you, Dr. McAllister? Well, we can almost hear you. 1 second. All right, try it again.
Testing.
Oh, we're good now.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. It always works better if you turn the sound on my end.
Oh.
Well, welcome in, Dr. Derek McAllister. For those who don't know Dr. Derek is a professor of philosophy, and he's come to have a conversation with us heathens today. And Derek, we appreciate you spending some time with us. And
yeah, of course.
I think you kind of already know the shtick. You've seen my channel before, which is, you're on the theist side of things, and I'm on the I don't believe side of things. So right. I will start with the typical question, which is, what would be the best evidence or argument for your particular God being real?
Yeah, sure. So can I ask a preliminary question just before we get into that? Because I know once we get into that, it'll kind of get left behind. So could I ask why you want to know?
Because I think believing things that are true is a good thing to do.
Okay. So is it a matter of, just to get clear here, you're trying to find out if God exists, and if he exists, you're on board with it, you would believe, or is it just maybe merely educational? It's like, well, I just want to kind of lay out these answers out there for everybody to see. It doesn't matter to me, either one. I just kind of want to know where we're starting from.
Well, I want to believe whatever is true, right? Now, it just so happens to be, I don't see any good reason to believe that God is real. But if there was a good reason to believe so, I certainly would. Now, when it comes to like the formal versions of God, like the God described in the Quran or the Bible, different things like that, I don't think there's any redeeming those particular God concepts. But if there's another God concept that can be proven, I'd certainly be open to it.
Sure. Yeah. So to answer your question, I'm Catholic. I'm a Catholic convert, actually. It took me a while to get there, but I've only been Catholic for about 6 years now. Raised Christian, more or less my whole life. I had a period where I was an atheist, so I'm quite familiar with the thinking that goes into that. And I was convinced that God didn't exist for a while. But so if you were asking me my reasons, I think the best evidence for believing in God is the cosmological argument and the original initial event of the Big Bang.
Okay, so Kalam.
Well, not necessarily the Kalam version, but I prefer the 5 ways. I take them all as, Aquinas' 5 ways, which originally are actually Aristotle's. So I think it's significant that, even a so-called pagan, believed that there was some divine creator beginning to the universe.
Well, yeah, I mean, the pagans believed in a god or multiple gods. I think when the way we say pagan today has a different meaning than what people might have meant a long time ago. But that being said, go ahead then. If that's the argument you want to start with, I guess sure. Start it any way you want to, whether you want to explain it or what do you not want to give premises.
Yeah, well, so I have done videos on this. You're welcome to go look at my channel on it. Anybody's welcome there in my lives. I did a full 1 and 2 version of, I kind of split it into the 5 ways, 1 through 3 and then 4 through 5. So you can welcome to go see them if you really want to do a deep dive. But basically the idea is it had to have come from somewhere, the initial event. And I think most scientists, and I'm not sure about most philosophers because they're kind of wonky sometimes, but most scientists believe in the Big Bang. at last I checked, the statistics on that are about 99.9% of scientists believe in the Big Bang. It's just like what might be before, whether there are multiverses, whether there's a big crunch coming after that or a big freeze. So in other words, they put qualifications on what you mean by the Big Bang, but most believe in a Big Bang, sort of some initial event. Now, based on what I've seen with you before, you seem to think that the universe is eternal. Now, do you think that I don't know. So I don't believe that. Obviously, I think that there had to be some initial event, and I
Why?
wonder what makes you believe that. So I think because an infinite regress is impossible.
Why?
Because if an infinite regress exists, then it had to have had a cause.
No, it's an infinite chain of causes.
So when it comes to the universe existence, right? It's either going to be, okay, the reason for the universe existing is just there is no reason. Another answer would be, okay, it has a reason for its existence, but it's within itself. And then the third, of course, the Christian response would line up with this one. It has a reason for its existence, but that reason is external to the universe. So I go with the third, but which one of those are you going with?
Well, I don't believe the universe has a reason, but I also don't think that we have
Okay.
any reason to believe that it had an initial moment either.
So you don't believe in the Big Bang?
No, I do. I think you fundamentally misunderstand what the Big Bang is. The Big Bang is not saying that the universe once didn't exist and then it poofed into existence. In fact, a recent study has been done on this, a recent survey has been done on this, and discovered that the majority of cosmologists and physicists agree with that sentiment, that the Big Bang was not necessarily the start of all things. It's just how we got to where we're at today.
Okay. So what came before the Big Bang then?
I mean, you tell me. No one really knows. Like, we don't have the tools to investigate what form or what shape the universe was in prior to the Big Bang, but there's a couple different models for it. There's cosmic inflation, there's quantum foam, and then there's the Big Bang, Big Crunch theory. My particular opinion is that the Big Bang, Big Crunch theory is the most, not the most credible, but I think it makes the most sense.
The Big Bang, Big Crunch.
Yeah.
Okay. That's where we had a bang and it's likely to sort of reverse and go back into a crunch and perhaps do the same thing over and over.
Yeah, an infinite number of times.
Okay. I so I looked up that as well, and cosmologists, this is not necessarily a fringe theory, but it's not a dominant theory. Not very many cosmologists and
Well, there's no
physicists
dominant
believe in
theory.
this. The dominant theory would just be the Big Bang, which
Well, the
has
Big Bang
its
doesn't
various,
posit before the Big Bang. The Big Bang doesn't make a claim
right.
as to what came before it.
Yeah, no. So it in its current form, it is quiet about that. Sort of has a sort of agnostic view about what came before, if anything came before. And so these, like I was saying, these qualifications or these add-ons. But this certain qualification, one with the Big Bang and then the Big Crunch, just is not one that's widely held.
Well, I would disagree. Where did you get that number from? Because I
Well,
stream
no,
every Sunday with an actual
mhm,
physicist, a PhD physicist who
mhm.
disagrees with that vehemently.
Okay. I mean, I'd love to talk to him. I mean, I'm open to learning about this.
hmm
But it's my understanding that that's not a very dominant model. First of all, because you would need for it to slow down. It's not showing any signs of slowing down,
It
the
is.
expansion.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
And if
the
it were,
the
and if it
acceleration
were,
rate, according to the latest DESI data, is that the acceleration is decreasing with every measurement.
mhm. Sorry, I misspoke there. So if it is slowing down, which I think that it is, it has no signs of that reversing. That's just sort of this hypothetical speculation that we suppose will happen, but there's no evidence that it will.
Gravity is the evidence.
Why I think that gravity will somehow make everything come back into one point.
Because that's how gravity works.
Gravity holds planets in orbit around there. There's
Gravity,
stars around certain things with mass, but they
yeah.
don't. I mean, what would be the central point of the universe that would be the thing with infinite, almost infinite, but a really infinitesimal, well, sorry, I used that word wrong. So a really large, let's say, mass enough to swallow the universe back up into itself.
Well, it's not being swallowed into a mass. It's forming a mass when it collapses.
Right. Yeah. I mean, because if you get far enough away from a planet, you're no longer in its orbit.
Yeah.
So this point, let's say the initial point, not chronologically speaking, but in spatial terms, if you get far enough outside that thing's orbit, then it just wouldn't have any impact on it anymore, especially if it's accelerating and then it's decelerating. So we're to suppose that somehow it's going to, I can understand the reasoning because it's like throwing a ball into the air, but that's when you have an enormous mass, the Earth, with enormous force of gravity, and you're throwing this really tiny ball up in the air. Of course, it's going to come back down. But why think that the universe is like that? What would be the central point that is so?
Because we have mathematical
enormously
models
powerful?
that predict it. So Sean Carroll has already done the work on this. He's published on it.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm not familiar with that. Now, I don't buy this. There's a lot of reasons to be skeptical about this, I think. But I think we can even go further, right? So like if this model is true, this supposes an infinite regress. And I just don't think an infinite regress is possible.
But
I think in principle it's not possible.
Why not?
I think it's mathematically possible,
So,
but I don't think
okay.
it's physically possible.
But why not?
Because we don't ever see that in reality. We've never seen it before.
So Dr. McAllister, I'll let you know, I have the infinite regress argument at least once a week. Everybody who doesn't like this theory is positive that infinite regresses aren't possible. Not one of them can tell me why. So if the only argument is, well, infinite regresses aren't possible because I don't like them, that's not a good argument.
That's not the argument I'm making. I said that they're mathematically possible. Sure. I mean, we can just think of negative numbers. They regress infinitely.
Right.
But for someone to claim that in the physical world, there's an infinite regress going back in time of physical objects, this is a hard claim to swallow. I don't think it's physically possible.
Why?
And if because there's no direct empirical observation of it.
Well, the observation in science is that matter and energy can't be created or destroyed. So that means it existed forever.
That's not necessarily true.
Well, give me one good reason why I would believe that all the matter, time, and space in our universe once just didn't exist.
So let me go back to that claim. I agree with you that matter can neither be created nor destroyed. Perfectly fine with me. I don't agree with the inference to the conclusion that therefore the universe is eternal. I think that's a bit of a leap.
Well, can something come from nothing?
No.
Okay, well, we've got two logical arguments then. Premise number one, something doesn't come from nothing. Premise number two, we have something. Conclusion, there's always been something.
Right, and the Christian would just say that that's God.
And the non-Christian would say there's no need for a God because the universe has existed forever.
Right. So let me explain the reasoning here, like that I'm trying to get at. So, like I said, I don't agree with the inference. I agree that matter can be neither created nor destroyed, but I don't agree with the inference to the conclusion, therefore the universe is eternal. I don't agree with that because the Christian can also say consistently that, yeah, matter can neither be created nor destroyed once matter has been introduced into the world. Like, yeah, because why would we even have that principle to begin with? Because through direct observation, we have this principle in science by people during the Enlightenment era, during the 1600s, 1700s, saying, well, matter can neither be created nor destroyed. They're not saying that from the standpoint of the beginning of the universe. They're saying it as a principle of science based on observation.
Mm-hmm.
And then so to take that really narrow claim and then apply it to, well, I suppose then, like, it would be understandable that within their perspective, that, of course, at that time in history, making that claim is not an extraordinary, outlandish claim, because it's understandable that something would neither be created nor destroyed now. But that doesn't entail that it was never created to begin with. Does
Yeah.
that make any sense, what I'm saying?
It makes sense, but we have no evidence that it was created or that it once didn't exist, right? Before we posit a need for a creator, we probably need to lay down some sort of established fact that it once didn't exist and needed to come into an existence.
Yeah. So I think a few of the arguments, Thomas Aquinas, like the contingency argument, for example, the idea that not everything in the world can be contingent.
Why not?
And so if you want to say that the universe is eternal, I think you would have to say that it would be necessary. Do you think the universe necessarily exists? Like it couldn't possibly be otherwise?
I mean, the fact that it exists, I think, demands that it does exist necessarily, or else it wouldn't exist.
So it seems like a kind of bite the bullet position you'd have to take, and that's understandable.
Is that the universe
so
exists?
No problems there.
I'm willing to bite that bullet. No. Yeah.
It's not what I meant, that the universe exists necessarily because it exists. So that the universe exists necessarily, it's sort of a bite the bullet. And that's understandable, because like what other response could you have other than saying, because if you want to say it's contingent, which, I think most things in the universe are contingent.
Right. But
like I would say nearly everything in the universe is contingent.
But Professor,
if not everything.
Well, look at it from my point of view, right? We're saying that the thing that we know exists, the universe, right? I'm saying the thing that we know for a fact exists necessarily. You're saying, no, it once didn't exist, and something that we have no evidence of caused it to exist. So you're saying, I'm saying the thing we know exists necessarily. You're saying a thing that we don't know exists necessarily and caused everything to come into existence. I think one of those is just an easier thing to grab hold of than the other. And the thing that's easier to grab hold of is the thing that we know already exists.
That's fair, but think about this claim that the universe exists necessarily. Like, I don't make this claim about like oak trees, for example, obviously, because oak trees are contingent. It could have been otherwise. Like if an acorn falls down a hill, lands in a different spot, gets eaten up by a squirrel or something, there's not going to be an oak tree there. So it could very well have been otherwise. And you and I are both contingent. In fact, everything in the world that we know of is contingent. So why think that the universe is somehow different?
Why is it not contingent?
Right.
No, I'm asking you. In my worldview, it's an infinite regress of contingencies.
Do you see the absurdity of that, with all due respect?
I don't.
Like the infinite regress of contingencies.
Again, you haven't provided a reason why I should reject an infinite regress other than incredulity. That if all you have against this is incredulity, you don't have an argument.
It's not incredulity. I'm expressing incredulity, but it's not merely incredulity that's my reason. Let me try to unpack
why can there not be an infinite regress in the past the same way there's going to be infinite stuff in the future?
So if there were an infinite regress of contingent, let's say, chain of a series of events, right? Because that's all the universe is. It's just objects and then, there are changes, right? That accounts for both space and time.
I think we agree there, yeah.
Space is just the measurement between objects, and time is just the measurement between change. So really, we're not talking about space and time. Forget about that. Those are just kind of like the buckets in which we place these things. Really, we're talking about objects and their changes. So,
I think for that conversation to be had, you might refer to physics, and physics believes that time and space are a web that is somehow a fundamental property of the physical reality, right? So I don't know if I would call space-time a bucket, because it seems to be a property of the physical world. But I'm not a physicist. Someone like Sean Carroll, Dr. Blitz, William Kinney, like they could explain that in great detail that someone of my position couldn't.
Sure. And I'm speaking outside of my expertise, just to flag this. I don't specialize in this area. So I would be the first to defer to somebody who is an expert on these things. But so far as I understand it, space-time, however they're interwoven, it takes into that thing is not something that actually exists itself. That's why they use the metaphor of a bucket. We can discard that if you like, but the idea here is that space
Can
doesn't.
I
It's
ask a
almost like
clarifying
a
question?
hole.
Are you
Sure,
suggesting
sure. Go ahead.
space-time doesn't exist? I guess I'm confused.
In the sense that a hole does not exist, right? If I dig a hole, the hole doesn't exist because there's nothing like physical. There's no matter there or anything like that. That's all I'm saying about space. Like it's just the space, the emptiness between objects.
I mean, perhaps I don't know if that's my understanding of space-time, but I don't know if it matters for where we're trying to get to, and
Sure.
I don't know if we want to waste a bunch of time on that, especially since
That's
neither
fine.
one of
Yeah.
us are actually physicists.
Sure. So the idea here is that instead of talking about space, time, and the beginning of the universe, because really the universe is just the collection of the whole, I want to just talk about objects, the things inside the universe,
The
because that's
particulars.
really that's our focus. We want to
Mhm.
talk about the changes between those things, and once you talk about, you move the focus to those things. Talk about those things are the things that form the series of causes and cause and effect, right? I don't think that a series of contingent things can have a cause and effect chain forever, right?
Why not?
Because if we are seeing, so let's take the line of dominoes, this very basic example. Obviously, the universe is much more complex than that, and the objects in the universe are more complex. But if we take a line of dominoes, the domino line is falling now, which, in our analogy, it is falling now. It's moving. Now we see objects that are moving, causes and effects are happening. So the line of dominoes in the analogy, they're falling. What we're saying, if it extends infinitely into the past, is there is no beginning.
Mhm.
And so if there is no beginning, then the dominoes that are falling now shouldn't be falling because they never began to fall.
Well,
They never began to fall.
but we don't have dominoes. I understand the metaphor. The metaphor is like
Mhm.
we shouldn't have movement if there wasn't a first
Right.
move, but I disagree.
Why is that?
I think it's a category error. You're suggesting that there needs to be a first movement for movement to happen.
I'm inferring based on, there is movement now,
Mhm.
and there had to have movement begin to move. So there had to have figure out, let it be at whatever time you like. It could have been 2 hours ago. Some metaphysicians play around with this. They're like, oh yeah, the universe could have just popped into existence a second ago or something.
I mean, theoretically, that is
Or it could be
possible. Like
right,
all
yeah,
of
and then
all of our memories could just be fictitious, made up
right.
at the moment of creation 2 minutes ago.
Sure. Yeah. So people like to play around with this. So I'm not suggesting that, of course, but it can be at whatever far back or however proximate to now, recent, or it can be really far back in the past. But at some point, there had to be some first domino to fall. Otherwise, there just wouldn't be dominoes falling now.
Well, I don't think so. I think that domino was caused by the domino prior to it, and the domino prior to it, and the domino prior to it. And I think the God doesn't solve the problem because the God has to figure out why that infinite regress is allowed through special pleading, but the infinite regress of the universe isn't.
So God, if you want to go there, if you want to talk about that, God's not an infinite regress.
Oh, he certainly is.
No, he's not. Why do you think
Absolutely
that?
is, because God can't exist without time either.
Why do you think that God can't exist without time?
Because you need time to do things, and God does things. Like God has thoughts, God speaks. All of those things happen in time.
God has thoughts, God speaks. The only, according to Christian view that we're examining here, the first time that we get God speaking is at the creation of the universe.
He spoke it
So
into existence.
right? So Christians
Mhm.
could say, okay, well, yeah, of course you get speaking there, but why think that there's speaking prior to time, like you suggested?
Did he think about creating the universe before he created it?
Great question. God's thoughts, as we're told, are not like our thoughts, but we can, not to be simplistic and patronizing about that, but God's thoughts are immediately accessible to him at all times. And Christians believe in impassibility, that an unchangeability in God,
Well,
that
Let me ask you a better
so that
question. You
God
believe
would
in
not
eternity?
be affected whatsoever. Yes.
Do you believe that prior to the creation of the universe, that Jesus and Yahweh could have a conversation with each other?
I don't think that they would need to converse
But
with
could
one
they?
another in the way that we are discussing. Yeah, of course.
That implies time.
That implies time if they did it. I only said it was possible that they did it.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. If they're capable of having a conversation, that conversation could only happen in time.
I mean, we're capable of going to Mars, but we haven't done it.
Right.
So like
But
just to
one
say
of
something's
them
possible doesn't
re-
mean that it
requires
happened.
time.
Right. So it would be like mental communication. It would be like my thoughts being immediately accessible to me.
Well,
Right. But in a much more immediate way.
then they're not having a
Excuse me.
conversation.
So no, so that it wouldn't be a conversation the way humans understand conversations. No, not at all.
Okay, so then they technically can't have a conversation prior to the creation of space-time universe.
So let me explain it to you this way. So so just to answer your question, sorry. Could you repeat the question? I don't want to just move on without.
Right. Okay. So my complaint here is easy. Anything that involves a sequencing of time, like having a thought
Mhm.
or sharing a thought, none of that's actually possible without time.
Okay. Yeah. So the idea here is that God, according to philosophers and theologians, and I don't mean to bog this down in any terminology whatsoever, but it is clear that if we are criticizing a specific view, it's important that we know what the view is claiming. I think you'd agree.
Mhm.
So philosophers and theologians think that God is what they call pure actuality. There is no so actuality and potentiality. These are pitted against each other. It's sort of like you have what's potential, then you have what's actual. Something that is potential, something that is possible to happen. Something that is actual is just something that is currently happening. So if God is pure actuality, that means that there is no potentiality in God. There's no potentiality at all. Everything that could be happening to God is already happening. So this is how they consider God's thoughts and ideas. They are immediately accessible. That's what I meant by immediately accessible. The idea that these things are actually anything they would be. Like for me, as a human, and for you, we have potential thoughts. Not all of our thoughts are actual to us, but for God, they are all actual to him.
Right. Which what I'm saying though, thoughts are sequenced.
No.
Or else you don't have a thought.
Thoughts are only sequenced if it's discursive reasoning. You know
Mhm.
how it's discursive means kind of like you write in cursive. It's like from one thought to another to another to another. This wouldn't be the case in the mind of God.
Oh, certainly it is. He says so in Exodus.
How's that?
Let me read for you. I think it's Exodus 33. Let me double check. Yeah, Exodus 33:5. And I'll read it to you. I'll put it on the screen, although you won't be able to see it, unfortunately, but I think everyone else will be able to see it.
I'm looking it up. No worries.
Okay. So God is upset after the golden calf incident, and he doesn't quite know what he's going to do with the people. And so he says this really interesting thing. Has Moses speak to the people, and this is his words. The Lord said to Moses, "Say to the Israelites, you are a stiff-necked people. If for a single moment I should go up among you, I would consume you. So now take off your ornaments, and I will decide what to do with you." And some translations will say, "I will think or I will consider what to do with you," which means God's processes, his mental faculties, are operating in a sequence.
Okay. So that's your proof that God thinks discursively.
Well, he says so.
Right. Okay. So first of all, it's very dangerous to have one cherry-picked text is a proof text. And we know that in Christian theology,
I've got more.
Anthropomorphic traits are projected onto God that God doesn't necessarily have. Like, does God really walk in the garden? Does God really have a face that he turns to people and turns away from people? No, of course not. So he puts things in terms that humans can understand it. So I think that I would translate this. I think I'm not alone. Let me think about what to do with you would be something like, look, what I end up doing is going to be dependent upon what you do. Like what avenue you choose is going to determine what my outcome is.
And the problem is he didn't say that. That's what you want him to say.
Right, but the problem is the Bible doesn't read like wooden literalism.
Right, but the problem is I'm reading it for what it says, and God says I need to make a decision about what to do with you people. That is sequenced event.
I didn't expect to get into biblical analysis here, but let me ask a follow-up question with respect to just interpreting. Would you suggest then that anytime the Bible says something, we should just take it at face value?
No, I think we know when an idiom is being employed. Like when it says Adam knew his wife Eve, we know that's an idiom for doing the cha-cha. We get that. And there's lots of Hebrew idioms. I know because I had to learn them when I took Hebrew. So the reality is we know when a metaphor is being employed. We know when an idiom is being employed. This idea of, well, every time God says something that makes him look human-like, we just must assume that he doesn't actually mean it. This is somehow him just anthropomorphizing himself, which is not actually the case, because in the narrative that we just read, not only is he talking about doing a sequence of events, he does a sequence of events, and he does so elsewhere. There's a bunch of instances where God is finding things out or knowing things in a sequenced event.
How do you mean?
Like when he has Abraham almost execute his son. All right. We're talking about Genesis 22, right? In verse 12, in Genesis 22, when he's got the dagger in the air, he's about to stab, and he gets stopped. He says, now I know, right? He's saying, now I have the information. He says the same thing in Deuteronomy chapter 13. He's going to test his people to know what is in their heart. He says the same thing in Deuteronomy 18, before he declares that he's going to execute everybody in Sodom and Gomorrah. He says, I must go down and see if the outcry that has risen up to me is as what it seems, and then I will know. Like God keeps employing this idea that he has information he needs to obtain, and those are things that happens in sequences.
Yeah, so I don't see this as information God needs to obtain. I see this as his interaction with humans. I mean, that seems to be pretty obvious to me. I don't know how it can be confused. Yeah, of course.
Then why does he say, then I will know?
Because he's writing for humans.
But he could have just said, I already knew.
See, this is the thing with communication. I'm sure you can understand this as well. If you wanted to communicate a very complex idea to somebody who didn't know it, you would bore people to death. I'm sure. I'm sure you wouldn't have many people be hanging out. So if in the Pentateuch, in these verses that you're offering here as evidence of, well, God must think discursively and he changes his mind about things. He's very human-like.
Exodus 32, he does.
Well, if that's the case, we can easily say that that's wrong because God has these
so
other
the Bible's
attributes,
wrong?
namely of being no, I'm saying that's wrong. I'm saying that interpretation is wrong. Namely, because we already know that God is the creator of the universe and that
we don't know
God is absolute being within the Christian world, which is what the worldview you're attacking is, correct?
So this is my favorite thing about talking to philosophers is the God that you've dreamed up through some philosophy is not the God of the Bible. The God of the Bible doesn't know everything. The God of the Bible does change his mind. Do you want to see exactly where?
Go for it.
Okay. We're going to go to Exodus 32. It clearly states that he changed his mind. This is after the golden calf incident, right? Give me 1 second to grab the passage. Although I think in the King James it says repented, but it's the same word in Hebrew. Okay, so if you go to Exodus 32,
32 chapter 12 or verse 12
14, right?
and 14.
Yeah, 12 through 14 is kind of the same situation. All right. He says he's going to wipe out all these Israelites because they've, acted wickedly. And then it says the Lord changed his mind about the disaster that he planned to bring on his people. So he does change his mind.
Right. So I don't see a problem here.
Well, can an all-knowing being change his mind?
Let me ask you this, because the initial question in our conversation that you begin with is, what's your most compelling evidence for God's existence or for your God or what have you? I don't take this problematic interpretation as evidence that God does not exist.
No. I'm not saying that
there's no inference there whatsoever.
I'm not saying this proves no God exists. I'm saying this proves that the God you think of is not the God of the book. The God of the book changes his mind. He says he changes his mind.
I don't think it does. Well, there's ways to synthesize what's being said here with what theologians have said about God.
I know what he says.
And I think, verse 14, I think you know this.
Read it out loud.
You know this.
I do know this, which is why I know that you're wrong. Verse 14 says Yahweh changed his mind about the disaster. Did he change his mind or did he not?
So that's anthropomorphic language. I mean, why say that here?
He can't answer the question.
Why say that? I am answering the question. Why say that right here? That means literal. He changed his mind. But when he walked in the garden, that's not literal.
Well, again, I think he did walk in the garden. He does the same thing in Deuteronomy.
And he's got a face.
He does the same thing in Deuteronomy 32. So there's actually good scholarship on this. I would recommend reading When Gods Were Men by Professor Esther Hamori.
Mm-hmm. So this makes God into just sort of an anthropomorphic kind of member of a polytheistic pantheon or something like the Greek gods or something, like very human-like.
The ancient convention of God in the ancient Near East and even in the Mediterranean were that they were somewhat like superheroes. They ate and they drank. In fact, in Exodus, the same book we were just reading, in chapter 24, God's on a mountain and they see his feet. They behold a vision of God and they're up there having a meal with him. And then in Genesis, he eats in Genesis 18.
Okay, let me point you to, and I'm not trying to be a jerk about this, but if we want to get the God of the Bible, we have to take the whole Bible into account. So Genesis 1, when God created everything, God created the heavens and the earth was without form, without shape, darkness over the void, over the abyss, and a mighty wind sweeping over the waters. And God said, let there be light. That doesn't sound human to me. So if these authors are saying, well, God was just a human made into a God, that seems to ignore the entire Genesis 1 account.
Why do First of all, it doesn't. Second of all, that's not what I said. I didn't say Jesus or God was a human, although Jesus was a human. I'm saying the God of the ancient Near East, or the gods in the ancient Near East, were more human-like than the gods of philosophy. They could eat, they could drink, they had anatomical appendages. They could speak.
I agree with you.
They could hear. They had the physical capabilities of doing such things. When God gets mad, in Hebrew, it literally talks about his nose, his hot nose, because the idiom for being mad is that you got a hot nose, right? So all the language we have about God in the Bible is that he's got these physical characteristics, which is why, interestingly enough, when he creates mankind is created in the image, the likeness of God. And this is the exact same verbiage that's used for all of Adam's descendants. Adam had sons in his likeness, meaning they have a physical representation that is like their maker.
Mm-hmm. I'm just waiting for the conclusion, the inference to the conclusion that God does not exist, like absolute being,
that's not my argument.
Reality, the creator of the universe.
That's not my argument at all. My argument is the God you believe in is not the God of the Bible. The God of philosophy and the God of Christianity are two different things.
I never said that I agree with the God of philosophy, the classic philosophers, the God of classical theism. I never said that.
Right.
In fact, if you remember, I said I believe in the God is understood by Catholic theology. I'm Catholic. I said that at the very beginning.
Mm-hmm. And again, my argument is about the Christian God, right? Or Catholic God for your sake. And what I'm suggesting is that the way the Catholic God is described in the Bible is not the same God you're describing through philosophy. They're different things.
I would beg to differ because if we're looking at the Catholic God and Catholic theology, there's an entire tradition, which, as I was mentioning and gesturing at earlier, that unpacks what these verses mean, right? This is why we have even textual analysis that we can say, oh, that means idiom. Oh, this is apocalyptic literature or whatnot. So that all came out of this textual analysis and
I don't think it did.
hermeneutics and interpretation.
I've read the church fathers. They can't agree on what half these texts mean either. They can't even agree on whether or not hell is eternal or whether or not it's just annihilation. They're split right down the middle.
Right. They have disagreements.
Yeah.
I don't see why that. I don't see how that undermines what my claim was.
So
which was
my point
they
is
laid the foundation to interpret these things. Like that doesn't undermine that.
You say they like they're a cohesive bunch, like they came together and they agreed on an appropriate interpretation of, say, Exodus 32:14. They didn't. They did no such thing.
I'm not suggesting they all agreed.
Okay,
I suggest
so
that
you like the ones that agree with you.
Theologians. I'm suggesting that it's a very conservative claim here that I'm suggesting. Theologians, early church fathers, which you used as a collective term, so I think I'm entitled to use it as a collective term. Church fathers, they disagree with one another. Sure, they laid the foundation for interpreting the Bible. That's all I'm saying. It's a very conservative claim. I never said that they all agreed with each other.
But they didn't lay the foundation if they can't agree on what it means. What they've done is they've give us differing opinions, just like the Jewish rabbis in Talmud. The Jewish rabbis in the Talmud argue with each other all the time. They didn't lay the foundation for what the correct interpretation of all the passages are. They laid a foundation of here are possible ways to interpret the passage.
That's what I was getting at. I never said that they laid the foundation for the correct interpretation. I mean, I think that's true, but my claim was that they laid the foundation for interpreting these scriptures. That's all I said. It's a very conservative claim. I don't know why you're disagreeing with it.
No, well, I don't think, I think you and I were making two different claims. Your claim sounded like the interpretation given by the church fathers should be accepted because it's true. And I'm saying I don't have a good reason to accept it as true.
Further claim, and I think that's a further claim, and I think that you were anticipating that, and I endorse that. So yeah, I think that there are certain interpretations that are correct.
And I don't. So I'm sure they get some stuff right and some stuff wrong, like every human, right? When it comes to Exodus 32 and the other passages where God clearly changes his mind, I have no reason to believe that it means anything other than God changed his mind, because I've studied the ancient Near East and the gods changed their mind all the time.
Okay. Yeah, so this is where I am saying that we do not read the text literally in certain points. And
I know.
So we are given that guidance by theologians who came before us.
Oh,
and so
okay, so when Moses went down from the mountain,
I would not read that literally.
When Moses went down from the mountain in verse 15, he literally went down from the mountain, or did he metaphorically go down from a mountain?
He literally came down to the sea. That would be a really easy. What's your point?
In verse 13, the verse before it, when it says, "Remember Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, your servants, how you swore to them by your own self, saying that I will multiply your descendants like the stars of the heaven, and all this land I have promised I will give your descendants, and they will inherit it forever." That's not metaphor. That's literal, right?
Yeah.
Okay, it's just that one verse where it says that the Lord changed his mind. Now we have to take that as non-literal.
Sure.
Why?
Yeah, because of other things we know about God's nature.
Like what?
That he's not human.
I never said he was human.
Are you sure you didn't say that? Could you remind me of what the claim was? Because you were suggesting something about ancient Near East
claim
gods
is that
the God of the Bible is very human-like and unlike the God of the philosophers. So just remind me of what
God of the Bible is not an immaterial, spaceless, timeless deity.
So how do you arrive at that if, like I said in Genesis 1, God created all of space and time and, and matter. So like,
He didn't. It didn't
if
say
he
that.
was, it did say
Certainly did
that
not
he
say that.
created God created the heavens and the earth.
The sky and the land. Yeah. Hashemayim in Hebrew just refers to the skies.
Okay.
There's no concept of this celestial heaven far away from the earth in ancient Near Eastern cosmology or even in the Bible. The sky is always the literal place where the clouds are, just above the earth where God resides. In fact, his throne, according to
So
Psalm
what do
150,
you,
is just at the
sorry,
top of the firmament.
what do you think the God of the Bible is then?
Uh,
Like in terms of if he's not immaterial,
mhm.
but that he created the heavens and the earth, is he some sort of demigod?
Well, again, you're assuming that there was nothing outside of the heavens and
I'm
the
not
earth.
assuming anything. I'm asking a question.
So I would classify him as more in line with an ancient Near Eastern deity or even a Greek deity. Now, I believe that it's better to think of him like an ancient Near Eastern deity that has both a spiritual and a physical presence. The spiritual presence can do some things that the physical presence can't. So, for example, if you read in the Hittite literature, there is an incantation for performing the duties when you put up a new temple for the goddess of the night. And the goddess of the night has an actual physical manifestation in the literature, but she can actually dwell in two different temples at once because her spirit can dwell in one place and in another place at the same time, even though she has a physical manifestation. The same way, probably early people thought about Jesus and the Father. He could manifest in multiple physical realities and multiple spiritual realities because he's like a superhuman, more super than less human.
Okay. So, okay. So I don't have anything to reply to that, but it's just good to know.
Right. But
Now,
my interpretation, I can match up with everything the Bible says about God, right? The idea that God is a spaceless, timeless, immaterial entity is just not found in the Bible, right? You have to intuit that from philosophy and then eisegesis that into the Bible.
it's not eisegesis, it's exegesis. And it's good exegesis.
Then show me the passage where it says that.
I mean, I can show you some experts who know this a lot better than I do, and you.
But I studied
But
with the
I'm
experts.
not an expert in this. I'm not an expert in this area.
I
Look,
can,
man,
I can appeal to the experts. I can tell you my Old Testament professors who agree with me.
I studied with experts as well.
I know you did.
I've got a seminary degree as well, but I don't wave it around. Like you've mentioned half a dozen times that you've studied with, or you've read this, or you've read that. I'm not going to say that. I'm just going to stick to the what we can talk about right now, because that's irrelevant.
Right.
Isn't his handle start with doctor?
If you
that's not waving it
want
around.
to
talk
about this, I'm
right,
not
Sarah.
an expert in this area, and so I'd like to get back, if you would like, with your permission, to the initial conversation that I'm still not a specialist in, but I have a lot more understanding and expertise in the area of philosophy of religion. I don't have. I said this in the email as well that I said before. I said, look, I'm not an ancient Near East. I said this literally. I'm not an ancient Near East expert. So I know that the conversation, of course, naturally goes here, and that's your background a little bit. So you would naturally go there. But just to flag that for anybody watching this, I'm not an expert in this area, and I'm not here to talk about ancient Near East stuff. If you want to do that, talk to somebody else. Maybe Wes Huff. I saw somebody in the chat asking you to get Wes Huff on. I think that'd be delightful to see that. I would tune in for that. But I'm not the person to talk about ancient Near East stuff.
Fair enough. But you are comfortable talking about the Bible, right?
And yeah, it depends on what. I mean, yeah, I took Bible just like you did. I mean, anybody, it's publicly available information. If you want to go look me up and look up my CV anywhere available online, you can see all the courses I took. Does that mean that I'm an expert on those subject matters just because I took graduate seminars in New Testament, Old Testament, hermeneutics, and so on? I'm not. Doesn't make me an expert, right? So I'm conversational about these things, but I'm not necessarily going to be able to tell you all the literature around this, like you're citing certain experts. I would have to kind of go back to my own notes and figure out who actually writes it. some things that come to mind, probably somebody like Bruce Metzger or Ben Witherington, but those, I don't know who's publishing now. I mentioned Wes Huff.
Ben's
He's
probably
young,
not
he's
publishing
new.
anymore.
Probably not, right? So I know some of these names, but again, I'm only barely conversational about this. I can speak with a non-expert, but I'm not going to be able to have a sustained conversation about these things.
Fair enough. All right, so I think we were, as far as I can tell, we're still stalled out on premise number 1 of the cosmological argument.
Yeah. So what got us into discussing Genesis, and well, I think it was Exodus. Anyway, what got us discussing that, you brought up the idea that God changes his mind, and you thought that this was evidence for discursive reasoning. I understand that. That's understandable, and you've got your reasons to think that God can think discursively. But back to what I'm coming from a Catholic philosopher background, God has no discursive reasoning in his mind. He is pure actuality. This is what I mentioned before. And that if those things are expressed in writing, I would chalk those up to just being, here are the consequences that we're laying out because you, a human in your free will, took this certain route. Or it would be in the manner of translating into human words that they can understand that, well, God changed his mind in a sense to mean, well, you can't understand pure actuality. We're not going to get into that in Exodus and these chapters. That's not the point. So we'll just very simplistically write, God changed his mind. So
could he have
that's
just
what got us into it.
Could he have not said anything? Like if God didn't change his mind, then
sure would
you don't have to say anything. You can just say, God dealt with them as he saw fit. Bada bing, bada boom. It's done.
Yeah. Given the extreme event of commanding Abraham to sacrifice his son and all future generations, he had him when he was 100 or something. Mm-hmm. Giving that the stakes of that, to say nothing, to provide no explanation whatsoever, I think would be severely lacking. I think it would confuse a lot of people.
You're talking about Genesis 22, but we were talking about Exodus 32. Genesis 22 is a different story.
Exodus 32.
Right. We're talking about, that's Moses, not Abraham, right?
Oh, I'm sorry.
So in Exodus 32, God's about to wipe out the Israelites because of the golden calf incident. And he tells Moses, hey, step aside. I'm going to wipe all these Israelites out, and I'm going to turn you into a nation because these people are stiff-necked. And then Moses talks him off the ledge. He's like, no, don't do this thing. Think about the promises that you made. And then it says God changed his mind after Moses pleaded with him to change his mind. Mm-hmm. Why would God go through all that if he didn't actually intend to do it? Because one of two things is true. He said all that, not intending to mean it, which means he's a liar, or he legitimately changed his mind, which means he changes his mind. But both of those are contradictions to Numbers 23:19.
I don't think so. So if a police officer says, drop the weapon or I'll shoot, like that is a claim. I will do this thing.
But is it true?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Then it's not a lie.
And if he holsters his gun because you dropped the weapon, does that mean that he was lying? No.
But
it means that based on your action, he responded appropriately.
God didn't say, do this and then I'll do that. He said, I have seen this people, how stiff-necked they are. Now let me alone so that my wrath may burn hot against them, that I might consume them, and of you I will make a great nation. He didn't say if they behave, if they repent. He just said, move aside, I'm going to wipe these people out. And then Moses implored the Lord his God and said, oh Lord, why does your wrath burn? And so he talks him off the ledge. And then after Moses is done saying, hey, maybe take a breather, think about this for a second, then God changes his mind. Like the whole story is quite reasonable once you understand how the ancient Near Eastern concepts of gods were. The minute you try to introduce this God that doesn't actually think in time, it falls apart because he either changed his mind or he's a liar.
Right. So we're getting bogged down in scripture again, but let's turn back. Let's
turn back
to what my expertise is, and it's barely an expertise. I wouldn't even cite it as an expertise, but philosophy of religion. Let's assume for the sake of argument, that like what I'm saying, the Catholic view just is that God can't think discursively. That's the claim. That's the claim. He's pure actuality. There is no change in God.
But why would I think that?
And so why would you
Right.
make an assumption
Like-
in a logical argument?
No. I'm saying why would I what if you're saying, well, listen, I have this, my conclusion is somewhat based on this idea that God doesn't think recursively, right? And I'm saying but I don't see a reason to believe that to be the case. I'm asking you, can you support that claim with something?
I mean, I'd have to brush up on my literature on pure actuality. I can give you recommendations. Obviously Thomas Aquinas talks about it. There's a really good book called The One and the Many by W. Norris Clark, who's Jesuit author, he's scholar. And he's an evaluation of Thomistic metaphysics. And he gets in there, and then the other book I often use, just primary sources of Aquinas. And he was expositing Aquinas in this terms of pure actuality, what that actually means. And as far as I understand it, and it's hard to understand, but as far as I understand it, that if there were potentiality in God, it would impugn God's sovereignty in some way. It would make it such, like we were describing earlier, that God would be open to changing his mind, that would make him some sort of dependent on other things. And of course, if God's dependent upon creatures, then he's not sovereign over creatures.
Why not?
He's dependent upon them.
He's not dependent on them. He's allowing himself to react to other things. He doesn't have to, right? Like, so in the worldview, I don't know if you've spent any time looking into open theism, but open theism or process theology, which is like the sister of open theism, is this idea that God could just completely get rid of your free will and be 100% sovereign and be the cause of all things, or God could choose to limit himself the same way he limited himself when he sent Jesus to the earth. He could limit himself and allow humans to make their own decisions and then react to those decisions. But obviously, as the name implies, process theology happens as a process.
Yeah, I took process theology to mean that God himself is a process, not a substance.
I'm not saying substance. I'm saying that in process theology, God is in a partnership, a sort of an agreement with mankind.
Right.
That he like there's an ultimate arc. The Bible says in Isaiah that God declares the end from the very beginning, and they accept that. They say, yes, that's true. God knows the ultimate end game, but he is working in unison with mankind to achieve those goals. He's not forcing those goals. It's a process.
Right. Yeah. So I know this is or at least in the years I was in seminary, it was very fashionable among evangelicals to sort of explore these areas with respect to process theology and open theism. I've even got a few books on the things on my shelf behind me. But as far as Catholics understand, I believe that they think them as heresies. You can correct me on that if I'm wrong.
No, you're right.
Open theism is just a recycled heresy from a 16th century guy named Socinius. So it's a view called Socinianism, and it just recycles the same old idea. And of course, they're going to affirm. So this open theism, what it says is, since the future doesn't exist, then God does have omniscience. It's just that his omniscience is limited. In the same way, omnipotence, right? Omnipotence is limited in the sense that God's omnipotent, but he's only all powerful in the sense that he can only do the things that are logically possible to do. Omniscience, so he can't lift like a rock that, he can't create a rock that's too heavy for him to lift, because that's just logically impossible. He can't create a square circle. That's logically impossible. But
I had a question. I think you're the right person for this, which is, why can't God do logical impossibilities?
Because a metaphysical possibility is dependent upon logical possibilities. So something that's logically impossible is not metaphysically impossible.
But did God create logic?
Something logically possible, not. It's a weird thing, because it's odd to say God created logic. God is logic himself, in the sense of like God is reason himself. He's ultimate rationality.
So logic
it would just be in his character. It's the same thing with goodness. God's identified with the good. And so he couldn't do things that are contrary to his nature.
So God is his nature is that he does things that are logical, right? And you're suggesting that because he has a particular nature, logic exists. It's like a manifestation of his nature.
Right.
What does that even mean? How does a nature manifest?
Right. So my nature manifests in the ways I express it to other people.
Right.
So, but of course, God's going to be unique in the sense that when he expresses his nature, it's going to have a lot more authority than, and a lot more implications for other people. So I liken it to a very fashionable view these days with respect to the simulation theory, right? So many people like to think about this. I don't think it's true, but it's a fun puzzle to think about. Suppose there's a simulator, a designer of this thing. We're all living in a simulation. If that guy decides to do things or have purpose for the simulation, like I can think about whatever purpose I like, but it's ultimately going to depend on whatever the designer of the simulation designed for me. Same thing with, like, if he wants to express certain things, like I can express things all I want within the limitations that I have that I've been designed for. But if that guy wants to express something about himself to, it's going to look different.
Does God have control over his nature?
I'm doing it. What do you mean?
Can God control? Like, I can't control my own nature. Like, I can't control the fact that I have a brain that thinks. Like, that's just part of being a human, right? But if God is all powerful, I would imagine that he has control over his own nature. Like, he can decide what his nature actually is.
Yeah. So control, so control is meant in a couple of ways. So control, if it's like static control, the idea that I just want to control it or like govern it or just have control over something, management, in other words, sure. Yeah, he has that. But control for the sake of changing something, well, no, he's not going to be able to change his nature because he's unchangeable.
So then he's not all powerful if he can't do something. It's just definitionally true.
He can't do something that's logically impossible to do.
Right, but if he has control over logic, that means if he can't change logic, that means he's bound by it. So if he's bound by his own nature, that means he's just not all powerful. He's like mostly powerful.
I'm sorry, I don't see the problem.
The problem is definitions, right? There's no exceptions to the word all.
I'm sorry, can you repeat what you think the problem is?
The problem is that, like, definitions in English have like definitive meanings. Like when we say something is all encompassing, like all powerful, that just means that there's nothing he can't do. Now you're saying, well, the reason why he can't do logical impossibilities is because somehow it's a fundamental manifestation of his nature, which I didn't put the burden on you to prove. Not that you couldn't, I'm sure you have an argument for it. What I'm suggesting though is that, okay, let's call it part of his nature. Okay, well, does God not have control over his own nature? And if God doesn't have control over his own nature, then that's just one more thing he can't do.
Yeah, so he can't do things that are logically impossible. I think that we just keep coming back to that. So
right, because he can't control his nature.
He is in control of his nature, but he can't change his nature because he's unchangeable. Well, if he can't change what he is.
Nature, then he can't do something. It's definitionally true.
This is like saying that, since God's immaterial, if he can't be material, then he's not all powerful. That seems a really odd.
I don't think material has anything to do with power. I mean, theoretically, if you're all powerful, you should be able to manifest materially.
Whatever God's attribute might be, right? So if God's divine, if he can't be not divine, then he's not all powerful. That seems a really silly kind of way of arguing, in my view.
That's not my claim. My claim is just pure definition of words, right? You believe in a God that's all powerful, but you keep telling me there are things that he can't do. You keep telling me that he's all knowing, but the Bible says there are things he doesn't know. So like, I mean, I appreciate that you have this concept of God. I've heard it many times on this stream from other philosophers. To me, it's a nonsensical view. If God is the creator of all things, that means there's not one thing he didn't create. And if he has control over all things, that includes himself. And so if he doesn't have control over his own nature, then we can't say that he is in control of all things. We can say he's in control of most things, minus
did
one.
acknowledge that he has control over his own nature in the sense of control, authority over his own nature, grasp of his own nature, management of his own nature.
Can he
But if
change
you
it?
want to talk about, yeah, that's the thing. He doesn't have control in the sense of being able to change his
Then
nature.
that's something he lacks. It's a power he lacks.
Right. So, and I say this is, with all due respect, I think it's not a good argument because, like I say, God also can't commit acts of evil. Does that mean that that's makes him less powerful? He
But he
can't do that.
does.
He's all good.
In the Bible,
He's
he
all
does.
good. Let's just okay. I'm not getting into the Bible. Let's assume, like not that I won't, but I didn't prepare for that.
But Dirk,
right?
this is what I keep trying to tell you. Like the God you believe in philosophy is not the God
Let's
of
just
the Bible.
stick to the argument. Let's just stick to the argument.
All right.
Let's try to be very narrow here in our focus.
I think we've lost our point in the argument. I don't know what part we're at anymore in the argument. We got rabbit trailed.
Well, it's a God's attribute. So you said that since God doesn't have control over his ability to change his own nature, then somehow that makes God not as powerful, or he's just not all powerful. But I think this is a silly argument, like I said. So suppose, as Christians claim, that God is omnibenevolent, he's all good. For someone to criticize that and say, well, he can't commit evil, so he must not be all powerful. Like that seems a very odd way of arguing. I don't think it's a very good argument at all.
No, it's just,
it doesn't impugn God's power if he's not able to do certain things.
It's definitionally true is my argument. I'm not impugning God. I'm saying that if he can't do all things, including logical impossibilities, then you have to get rid of the word all, because all doesn't have exceptions.
Right. So if you want to get into definitions, there's not just one kind of definition. In fact, I mean, I looked this up earlier in the logic book because I was replying to a comment on my channel. This seems to be like a common thing. It's like, well, just think about the dictionary definition. Like this eats me up as a teacher. Like, it's like, if anybody starts out, for example, I'm not saying you're doing this, but everybody starts out an essay. It's like the dictionary.com says, it's like, no, because dictionary definition is only one kind of definition. So
well, what's the alternative definition of the word all?
We have, let me just run through what kinds of definitions there are. So we have extensional definitions, which you can have like a picking out kind of definition, like this means this. Like, so if I have an orange, for example, and you ask me, what's an orange? I just show you, this is an orange, right? That would be a definition. It's called an ostensive definition. We got a numerative definition where I just enumerate different kinds, definitions by subclass. And then there are intentional definitions, not intentional with a T intention, but intentional with an S, meaning it's internal. So by that, lexical definitions fall there. That's your dictionary definitions. Like, but there are also stipulative definitions. Like, let's suppose, for the sake of argument, a gobble fart is such and such, and then I just define my thing like that. That'd be a stipulative definition. There are precising definitions when you have issues of vagueness, like what is baldness? What does it mean to have a beard? Do you have a beard? Do I have a beard? Right? And then there are theoretical definitions with respect to the necessary and sufficient conditions for what a thing satisfies in order to be that thing. So I assume when somebody says, well, that's just what the definition of X means, they're referring to the dictionary definition. Just this means like common social understanding of what a word means, of received wisdom. But that's not necessarily, as any teacher of composition, certainly any philosophy teacher, if a student writes, oh, dictionary says this, I mean, that's not necessarily what is the best definition. Like, it's just how people talk. Let me give an example.
I know how definitions work. I'm asking you, can you provide a definition for the word all that has exceptions?
I did. So omnipotence means all powerful with respect to doing all the things that is possible for God to do.
But that's omnipotence
logically
is
possible.
A different word. And again, you've created an exception to it, right? I'm talking about the word all, or either omnipotent or all. I think we can go with either one. And there is no exception to omnipotence. There's no exception to the word all. It's every part of the whole.
Yeah. So no no philosophical theologian thinks that all applies to all things, even
So
logically
all doesn't
impossible
mean
things.
all. Okay, just checking. That's why I said
Omni doesn't mean omni either.
But that's what I'm saying. If you
it's a
don't mean
label.
if you don't mean all, then you have to find a different word. Like if all
I mean,
if all doesn't mean all, then you needed a better word.
Sure, I'm open to a better word. I'm not the one who stipulated the word. I mean, this is like calling yourself an atheist and be like, well, I'm an atheist, but I'm not this kind, I'm not this kind, I'm this kind. It's like, well, why use the word? Well, because it has utility.
Sure.
It applies in many different respects, but maybe not in these respects and these respects. I don't see a problem with this.
You could say he's like maximally powerful.
Sure, that's fine.
You could say he's most powerful.
I mean, yeah, I don't see why we're getting hung up on this, to be honest with you.
I'm not getting hung up on it. I'm just letting you know that definitions like have like meanings when we're having semantic discussions. And when you use words like all, and then you say there's exceptions to all, well, then all is no longer an appropriate adjective.
That's fine. We can change the adjective. I'm open to that. I'm not the one who labeled God's attributes. I wasn't there like 1,000 years ago when these things got added. So nobody asks my opinion.
Fair enough.
I'm just using the terms that are standard in the literature. And I think any theologian, any philosopher who uses these terms, they don't mean that God can do the logically impossible. So I don't think that this is a very good objection.
Sure. But I agree with like just basic rationality that I don't see a good reason why God wouldn't be able to change the laws of logic. If he's the one that has control over all things, why can't he change them?
Because he can't change his nature.
Why can't he?
Because another attribute of God is he's unchangeable. I'm just using this like I'm just giving you what Christians believe.
I know what Christians believe. I'm asking you to support the arguments, right? So why can't God change his nature?
Why God is unchangeable?
Yeah.
Because it goes back to actuality and potentiality. If God has potentiality within him, that means it's possible for, like, so if we think about this in terms of motion, something that has potential motion and not actual motion is that something that is potential motion means it's not actually currently moving. In other words, potential motion just means it's at rest. It is not motion at all. So potential motion is just not motion at all. So if we say that God has potentiality, then that actually limits God in his sovereignty and his attributes and so on. So if God is pure actuality, again, I mean, I could give you people to read on this, put it in the chat if you like, or in the video description, but it's W. Norris Clark. I don't have it within reach, but I can go back to my bookshelf if you like to show you what it looks like. Right. But it's very easy to find. It's called
our Discord friends will have it posted in about 30 seconds.
Awesome. The One in the Many. It's not an easy read, but if you want to know more about God's attributes with respect to pure actuality, why God has to be unchangeable, why God has to be, pure goodness, goodness itself, truth itself, beauty itself, all right there. So it's not accessible because these ideas are not accessible. They're not. But I've met people who don't, like online friends who don't have a doctorate, don't even have any degree in philosophy whatsoever, and they're able to pick up on these things. So for the people who are interested, if they read around on this, there's plenty of literature on this.
Sure. So, I mean, we've been at it for about an hour and a half. We should probably try to progress our conversation as much as possible so we don't lose the entire audience. Where did we leave off in the actual point of discussion? Somehow we started the cosmological argument and we got lost in the middle of it.
Yeah. So I don't even think we were in the middle.
Well, I don't think we were either. We were somewhere near the beginning.
I suppose I could share screen on this, couldn't I?
I think you can. I don't know if anyone can see it, but we'll see what happens if you try it. Yeah. I mean, I can probably manipulate it. No,
that's the argument that
Hold on. Let me see if I can put it on screen. I can put it on screen.
It's going to be rather small.
I can blow it up though. Hold on. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it's going to be rather small, but that's the idea. I think we were only at, well, I don't even think where we were, but premise one is just going to be, this is an empirical observation. Causes happen, cause and effect. I look out into the world, I see the causes are happening. I would look at that. Some people are going to deny that causation happens, like David Hume. Some people are going to be like, oh, well, we can't know of the world that exists outside our minds. Those people are going to have issues with this premise. But I think for most common sense people, they're going to be like, yeah, movement, causation, things are happening outside of me. Sure. Nothing exists prior to itself. This is just a metaphysical reality, I think. So this is unobjectionable.
I don't disagree with premise 2, but
yeah.
But I think this is where you and I differ, right? Is you're assuming,
I think it's the series,
right? Yeah, you're assuming that it didn't exist prior to itself, and then God made it exist. But then I would push back. I would say, well, first of all, I don't believe that to be the case. We already talked about that. But secondly, you would have to explain why God isn't somehow special pleading.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So if the universe can't exist prior to itself, then and live in an infinite regress, then how is it that God can? And then we got into the whole nonsense discussion about God actually living within time, because as far as I can tell, there can be no sequencing of any types of events without time.
And that's why I resisted that by saying that, and this is what I think triggered the whole side quest of looking into the Bible, discursive reasoning, all that, is because I resisted that by saying that if God exists outside of time, that's not the only view that you could have. But if God exists outside of time, then there wouldn't be any change in God. This is just one of the just well-known attributes of God among Christian theologians, is he's unchangeable, impassible. He can't be affected.
Yeah, immutable.
Yeah. So that's what got us off track. Special pleading, let's talk about that. I think that, and I had a video on this about how the atheist special pleads. And a lot of people didn't like that. A lot of people didn't like that, because I think that there could be some special pleading here. Not all atheists are the same kind of person, but I think that if the atheist, for example, denies the principle of cause and effect, then you don't get this, right? So for example,
have I denied the principle of cause and effect? In fact, I'm insisting that cause and effect actually happens, and it's been happening infinitely, which is, I mean, theoretically, the only way God could have spoke things into his existence. He spoke it, and then it happened, cause and effect.
Mm-hmm. So in that case, I would say, look, I think you have a special case of special pleading, because you're saying that for all other things, we like to use empirical observation, but for this, it's okay. We don't need it. It's just that we don't know if it's always been ad infinitum into the past, eternally into the past, that cause and effects have been happening, but we just think that it is.
Right. What I'm saying is all the evidence we have points towards that. Like, I don't have any evidence that would point me towards the fact that once nothing existed. I have no evidence of that. All I can do is use the evidence I have.
I think the opposite here. So I don't want us to be at an impasse, but I think that all the evidence points towards an ultimate beginning in the Big Bang. I think
science disagrees.
Go beyond. They don't disagree about the Big Bang.
They agree that the Big Bang happened. They disagree with the claim that there was nothing prior to it.
Right. So here's the thing: like the originator of the Big Bang theory was a Catholic priest. He did not think that there was it just continued on and on and on and on, or that the Big Bang happened, there was nothing that caused it. These sort of atheist proposals. So the originator of the theory himself, for whatever that's worth, I'm not saying it's worth everything, but for somebody who knew what he was talking about, he thought that these things were, he thought that the evidence led to God.
Well, yeah, because he existed before modern cosmology.
Modern cosmology does not disprove God.
I didn't say it did. I'm saying that the opinion of the person you're appealing to lived at a time where he doesn't know what we know now. Just like people at the early days of learning human biology don't know what we know now. Yeah, they did some great anatomy field work, but we know infinitely more today than they knew 100 years ago.
Yeah, so I don't think that knowing more about cosmology would make you not believe in God. Because again, I think
disagree.
that so let's imagine, I don't know if you said anything with respect to the multiverse, but, or let's just imagine an infinite series. Whatever those things are, it would get us into the third way with respect to contingency. Like those things are contingent things. We have no other reason to think that they're otherwise. I mean, I know you want to resist that, and that's fine.
No,
but we have.
I didn't deny that the items within our universe are contingent. I'm just saying that
I'm just saying
it's
the universe
an infinite
as a whole.
cause. Oh, the universe as a whole. No, it's just a brute.
Yeah, see, that's unsatisfying to me. Like,
but we know the universe. See, you're just saying God is a brute fact, and I'm saying the thing we know exists, the stuff we know for a fact exists, is a brute fact. You're saying no, I don't like that brute fact, so I'm going to appeal to a different brute fact that I have no evidence exists.
That's see the thing. I don't think those are similar whatsoever. I don't think God is a brute fact.
Okay, then
a brute fact
you'd
is,
have to demonstrate why I would accept the God claim.
So a brute fact is the idea that here's something I have no evidence for it whatsoever. It's just an assumption, unproven, hypothetical speculation here. That's a brute fact. I can't tell you why, but it just is. That's not what I'm doing with God.
But you haven't provided a single reason why we need a God. What problem does God solve? Because as far as I can tell, he creates more problems than he solves.
I mean, you could perhaps allege that me saying that an infinite regress is impossible is a brute fact. That I'd be okay with. But I get to God's existence by saying an infinite regress is impossible. And that's an inference. That's not a brute fact.
Yeah, but why is it impossible? Like, so we've done this before, and again, I have the infinite regress argument about 4,000 times, and it never ends where you want it to end. It's never going to end in me accepting that infinite regresses are impossible
because infinite regress never ends.
You got it. And so the reality is that you either do or you don't accept that infinite regresses are or are not possible. And I can't see a good reason to believe that they're not possible. I've never seen a good argument for it. And I've seen the arguments. I've heard the domino argument. I've heard Hilbert's Hotel. I know all the typical arguments that are used. I don't find any of them to be convincing. And everything I know from science would point me towards the fact that we do have an infinite regress.
So let me ask this. Now I'll have to wrap up here because I've got an appointment I got to get to at the top of the hour. But do you think everything has to have a cause?
I think everything does have a cause, and I think it's an infinite regress of causes again.
So that seems nonsensical to me, only for the fact that how does an infinite regress cause itself? And if you want to say it, would you say that an infinite regress causes itself, just to break it down?
Well, an infinite regress isn't a thing. An infinite regress is an idea. Right?
It's the process of things that are causing themselves.
Right. But processes aren't things that exist. They're descriptions of how things behave.
Sure.
Right. It's like the scientific method isn't a thing that exists. It's a description of a process. Right.
Sure. I agree with you.
So I don't think an infinite regress needs a cause because it's not a thing.
But that an infinite regress, the process could just be infinitely long to have no beginning. That's what you think.
Yeah. I think that's parsimonious with what we know from science. Now, listen, we might discover something down the road. We might learn 25 years from now that that's not true. That as it turns out, we find definitive evidence that prior to the Big Bang, there was absolutely nothing. Well, that information hasn't occurred. We don't have that evidence. All the evidence points to the contrary. And if we did have that evidence, to me, it still wouldn't point me towards the God. I would still posit a naturalistic phenomenon that caused the initial moment, right? So even if we accepted that there was an initial moment, we have no reason to accept that it was caused by a God.
Yeah. So why would you then go back to a naturalistic explanation.
Because it's
why the resistance to a supernatural?
Because it's easier to explain with less entailments, right? Once you include a God, now you've got entailments. You've got something that is a thinking agent that has a mind, will, and emotions and desires, right? And then you have to explain those desires. This is where we get into like the problem of natural evil, right? Like, okay, now if we're going to say a God is responsible for it, we've got a lot of unexpected things coming from this new God that invented everything. Like, why does he create a world that has infinite suffering? For example, earthquakes, volcanoes, tsunamis, these things don't really serve a purpose. These are unnecessary sources of suffering.
As far as we know.
Mm-hmm. Can you think of why they're needed?
Because I'm a human? No, I cannot.
Right.
But like,
exactly.
what this argument assumes is that we humans know better than God that God has no reason for this. And that's a big leap that's not substantiated.
Could God accomplish the goals without them?
I'm not God. I don't know.
But if he can't, then he's not all powerful.
So to your point, well, that's not necessarily true. So
sure it is.
Leibniz has a view on which, like, he talks about the best universe that could exist, and it's not going to be the one without any suffering whatsoever.
Well, I didn't say anything about all
suffering.
The
problem of evil, right?
I'm talking about natural suffering.
Problem of evil.
I'm talking about earthquakes,
natural suffering or evil,
natural phenomenon.
Included. That's what I meant.
No. Evil is like something humans do. Like you insult somebody and you ruin their day. I'm talking about hurricanes,
right. Natural evil, hurricanes, earthquakes, and so on. I understand. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Leibniz, his response to the problem of evil is to say that God, in his infinite wisdom, would know how to balance out all the things such that there would be the lowest amount of evil things, natural and human evil, and the highest amount of good in the world, right? So like he would just know what balance of those things would be. If it's such that having maximal good in a world with no evil would end up being less good than having a little bit of evil and a little less good, right?
So like, then
because we know that
we shouldn't send the sick to hospitals.
From evil.
Like when people
know the good can come from
when
evil.
People are in earthquakes and tsunamis, like we shouldn't take them to the hospital. Like, aren't we intervening with God's desires?
No.
Okay.
That's non sequitur.
So the natural disasters, what are they good for? What do we need them for?
I don't know.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Natural disasters are an unexpected reality where there's an all good, all powerful God.
I'm agnostic about this. You're making some outlandish claims about, with all due respect, some claims that are unsubstantiated. Hey, I as a human know that God has no reason for this, and even if he did, his reasons are really bad.
I didn't say that. What I'm saying is, if God couldn't accomplish, like, if God needs to send a tornado through Mississippi, if he needs to do that to accomplish his goals, then you're implying that he couldn't have accomplished his goals without the tornado, right? Mm-hmm. Is that the implication?
I suppose given that the tornado was contingent, there are other ways to accomplish his goals. It might include a different tornado, it might include a different disaster, it might include just no disaster at all. I'm not God. I don't know.
Right, but
I'm not omniscient.
But if we presume that God sent the tornado because he needed outcome X, Y, and Z, right? Could he achieve outcome X, Y, and Z without the tornado?
I mean, I don't think the tornado is necessary. I think it's contingent. So
yes. You nailed it. It's not necessary. It's unnecessary disaster, unnecessary suffering. The minute you tell me that tornadoes are not necessary, they become unnecessary.
Now, I know you think that was a clever admission, but it was not.
It was a great admission. I'm glad you finally gave it to me.
No, because if you recall what I just said earlier, it could have been that tornado, could have been a different one, could have been an earthquake, could have been no tornado or earthquake whatsoever, could have been anything, because those things are contingent.
But then it'd be necessary.
Could see that he brings it about. Does everything God do, is it necessary?
That's
I think
what I'm
his
saying.
Creation of the world is contingent.
Well, when God is doing
God
things,
could very well have created nothing in the world whatsoever. But if God has certain purposes, certain aims, certain goals, such that the maximal amount of good could be brought about in the world, like, then those are his aims, and he will do things that go towards those aims.
That's my point. Yeah.
So it could be this, it could be that, it could be another thing, but So each one of those things is contingent.
That's what I'm saying. God is doing something to achieve his goals. And we, in your worldview, the natural disasters are something that God obviously needs to achieve his goals. So if he needs them, then they're necessary, right? But if he needs them, then you're suggesting he couldn't do it another way. If he could do it another way, then they're no longer necessary.
Yeah, that's not what philosophers mean by necessity. Like, I'm talking about metaphysical necessity.
I'm not talking about metaphysical necessity. I'm talking about God's ability.
So I am denying that these are necessary, and I'm affirming that they are contingent with respect to metaphysical necessity. Obviously, they're not necessary like that. Like, the reality of numbers and mathematical truths, logical truths, those things are just necessary.
So
like,
God doesn't need
possibly
them.
Be otherwise. The events in the world, contingent empirical event, no.
The natural disaster. Okay, so God doesn't need to use natural disasters to accomplish his goals, right?
I don't know. I'm not God.
Well,
that's
you're
what
trying
to get me to say. You're trying to get me to say, with respect to me being a human, and that's like getting an ant to say, "Hey, why do you think these people moved into this house? You know, like, why do you think their goals were? Like, why would they do it that way? Couldn't they have done it? It's just ridiculous."
That's why I started the conversation with it's an unexpected reality given your framework. Given the framework that there is an all-loving, all-knowing, all-powerful entity that is also wanting to accomplish his goals. If he can't do it without the natural disasters, then somehow he's bound and he's not all-powerful. If he can do it with the natural disasters but doesn't have to, then that means the natural disasters aren't needed to accomplish his goals, which means it's just unnecessary suffering and it's not actually all good. You've got a Mexican standoff with the omni properties.
Yeah, I don't think so. And if you want to talk about the problem of evil, there's a logical problem of evil, which is what you're discussing. The idea there's this Mexican standoff. In other words, that they're logically inconsistent for somewhat. And then, so that's a logical problem of evil. Then you have the the existential problem of evil, that more of like human suffering in general. I'm going through something hard, and so I find it really hard to believe that God exists. The logical problem of evil, if you read philosophers of religion, they consider the logical problem of evil to be resolved. It's not a problem at all. Like, even atheist philosophers will say this. Yes, there are atheist philosophers of religion, like Graham Oppy. There's not a lot, but there are a few. The logical problem of evil is considered to be solved. The existential problem of evil, that of suffering, is still open. Like, people going through a really hard time, getting cancer, losing their job, whatever it may be,
getting crushed.
They find it really hard. They find it really hard to believe that God exists.
Right. So it's not finding it hard to believe. What I'm saying is it's inconsistent with the attributes that are given to God.
Like, yeah. So if you want to do more reading on this, and I'm sorry I've got to go, but I would recommend reading Eleanor Stump. She's a emeritus professor of philosophy at St. Louis University. She's a Catholic philosopher herself, very eminent and well-known. And she's written a book, I think it came out in 2012. I think Oxford University Press is called Walking in Darkness. It's an examination and a look at the problem of suffering. So, and in that, of course, she's got to set it up. So in that, she also talks about the logical problem of evil. So this would be a good reference to go look at both if you like.
Sure. And I'll be definitely engaging in some philosophy this year. It's not really where I spend most of my time because I don't think it provides you with solutions that are, we'll say, the average person cares to hear about. But that being said, you know, if we find these instances where we say, okay, God has these attributes, and then we look at the world around us and say, are these attributes consistent with our observations? If they're not consistent, then I'm inclined to believe that those attributes can't be the case.
Yeah, that's totally understandable. And just with respect to like these high level, heady conversations, I myself don't always find them all that enjoyable, you know, because they're hard work, I think. But I think doing the hard work, reading the philosophy, that sort of thing that I don't always do. I think some people may think that. I don't know what would give them the impression that I'm always reading, but I'm not. I've got to turn it off sometimes too, because you got to go out and live your life. You got to have real everyday conversations. But I think doing the hard work is worthwhile. It's worth it. And like examining what philosophers, what theologians have said about these things that we've discussed here today, that the payoff then comes in the everyday conversations, being able to say, okay, well, I understand it this way. What do you think? And so on and so on.
Yeah. Well, listen, Dr. McAllister, I enjoyed the conversation. I know that this is a contentious conversation for a lot of people, and you've been incredibly cordial, and you've even tolerated me talking over you a few times, which you don't have to. You didn't have to do that.
I grew up with like a family of 5 kids, so I'm used to it.
Yeah, I was the youngest of 8. Like that, this is our love language, is yelling at each other.
Exactly. You don't get heard all the time. This is why we're on YouTube, right?
Exactly. Yeah. But so I appreciate you coming in and being cordial, and and so big W for coming in, and do come back, because you were one of the few philosophers that came in and didn't try to bury the conversation in jargon. And those are conversations that go nowhere. They're not helpful for me or the audience or anyone else.
Mm-hmm. Well, I appreciate that. I'd love to be back. Got to run now, but we'll set it up again soon. You have my email, and I look forward to it.
All right, take care, man. Cheers.
All right, you too. Bye-bye.
Well, big dubs for Derek coming in and being cordial. We don't see a lot of cordial Phil bros. That's not a thing that happens too often. So big W for that. Let me grab some super chats, friends, and then we'll grab our next guest coming up. We had Sarah in here for a while, and she had to run because she couldn't communicate with the guests because they were on different platforms. But maybe she'll come back if we bring a TikTok guest in. If Sarah, if you're hanging out with us, I think we got a TikTok guest waiting to get in. We can bring you up with them. Anyways, Brian, thank you for the super chat, says sick in bed right now, but couldn't miss this. Love your streams. Praise Doug, Brianna. Well, thank you so much, Brianna, for being sick in bed and choosing, like you could watch whatever shows on Netflix, but you chose to be here. So thank you so much for watching the show and for supporting. Big W on that one. And Piao says, I believe in the Trinity. All right. That being, Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina, these 3 would make Yahweh run for the hills. Now, Piao, I don't recognize those names, but now I wish I did. So if you're in the Discord, jump in there. Somebody help me out on these names. I don't recognize these names. I don't know if these are deities or if you guys are pulling my leg. But also, for all the people joining who weren't here at the beginning of the stream, I did finally set up a Patreon for those who wanted to support the stream, but you don't want to join on YouTube or on TikTok, and you still want access to the cheat sheet. Join me over on the Patreon. And Bad Religion, thank you for sending out 5 subscriptions on TikTok. I really appreciate that, friend. Good to hear from you. And also Eric Smith says, thoughts on Isaiah 42, 1-4. It doesn't fit Jesus, of course, but is the servant in this passage a messianic individual rather than the whole nation? So my personal opinion on the servant of Isaiah has always been that the servant is technically not all of Israel. It's the righteous remnant of Israel. Just like when Jeremiah went into, when his people went into exile, he referred to himself as a righteous sufferer, suffering on behalf of those who were unrighteous. And chapter 42 is a tough one. And for example, if you read chapter 42, verse 24 and 25, there's like 4 or 5 times where who's ever writing changes between we, they, him, or he. And you're like, I have no idea who the author is referring to. They keep referring to different entities in various ways. But verses 1-4, it says, here's my servant. My personal opinion is that the servant in 42 is probably King Cyrus. That's because just a few verses prior, go to verse 41:25, he says, I have stirred up one from the north, and he has come from the rising of the sun, and he was summoned by name. He will trample on rulers. So he spends all this time talking about King Cyrus. Then it says, here's my servant who I uphold, my chosen, right? So it's possible that the servant in 42 is King Cyrus, who God on multiple occasions says is his Mashiach and is going to be doing his bidding, says he will rebuild my city and my temple. Good question, though. Josh, thank you for the $2 super chat, says, hell yeah, listening at work. Well, work hard, don't get too distracted, don't hurt yourself, and have a great time. And Kyle K, good to see you, friend. It says, I think Neil deGrasse Tyson says that the edge of the universe is expanding forever. Even the edge of it continuously is expanding. Well, I don't know what Neil deGrasse Tyson has said, so I unfortunately I can't really comment on what he said. But if Neil deGrasse Tyson thinks that the universe isn't going to go through an infinite cycle, that's one thing. Be certainly open to hearing what he says about it. Marcus says, LOL, I believe in a magical man who created everything and exists outside of time itself. Also, an eternal universe is impossible. Oh, look, you got my card. You can see it over here and over here. Hey, big W on I'm putting as your profile picture the the Magic the Gathering card I made for Jesus. If you go to the shop on YouTube, I created a sticker. It looks like a Magic the Gathering card with the properties of Jesus. It's awesome. Satcom, thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, for the leaders of the major religions, are all the ambiguities, confusion, and inconsistencies of the Bible bugs or features? Do they need the text to be unclear to maintain control? So this is actually a really good point, which is, if the Bible is our source of theology, it's weird to me that it's so hopelessly convoluted and normal people don't really have access to it or to understand the ambiguities of it, right? It's a weird, unexpected thing. And Cryptic says, the big crunch, big bounce is a hypothesis, not a theory. No, it's both. When people like the zealot say theory, they are either ignorant or dishonest. I don't think you understand what the word theory means. Theory just is an explanation for something, like electrical theory. Electrical theory was a theory before it was proven and after it was proven. Theory just means an explanation for something, but appreciate the super chat. And Kyle says, wouldn't time be irrelevant if you're in a space where it is infinite, where there is no day or night? Yeah, I mean, if there's space, then there must be time, because space-time is in fact a web according to science. And this is kind of the hard part, is you can't separate space from time. You know what I mean? And Josh says, cute special pleading attempts, bro. With these conversations, there's always special pleading. Marcus says, the problem is that it doesn't say that. That's what you want it to say. Yes, that's what I said to him. The fact of the matter is, people want the Bible to say things that it doesn't actually say to reinforce their opinions. That's why they have the same old arguments, according to Quill. I agree, in front of a book page. I think he had real books actually on that one. And Yang Wei, thank you for the super chat, says, really enjoying this conversation where both parties have the ability to stay calm and consider each other's arguments. Actually, I do like these conversations. I thought I'd have more of them when I first got online. And JJ, welcome to the crew. And also Chance, thank you for the 1999. I super appreciate that, friend. And I am the cheese. Thank you so much for the super chat. It says, doctor says we should discuss Bible, but disregard historical and anthropological analysis. We should we should simply start and end with classical Catholic theology, how contrived and post hoc rational. So that was, we didn't really spell that out, but that was kind of where I was going, which is that we've got these classical Catholic ideas of God, and we're just granting that these are the properties of God, but we have no reason to grant those properties. And Josh says, guest is a doctor of dumb excuses. Listen, he was nice, guys. He was nice. Marcus says, let's not get bogged down in scripture, says the Catholic. If I know anything about Catholics, it's that they don't want to get bogged down in scripture. That's the job of your priest. They don't want to deal with the difficult bits. And Cheese says, there's no Catholic view without the scripture. There's no basis without reading and debating the text. I agree. That's why you guys know here, I focus on the text. That's what we do here. We focus on what the book says. And Antoine, I hope I said that right. Thank you so much for the 99.99 super chat. Big W, friend. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Let's get some W's for Antoine, and I apologize if I pronounced the name wrong. And she's coming in again, says logical impossibility. 1, Jesus is fully man and fully God. 2, Trinity is one God. I agree with you. It doesn't make sense to me. Either God can break the laws of logic or he can't. The Trinity breaks the laws of logic. Chance says, limited omniscience. Do you hear yourself? That's what I was saying. If he's not omniscient, then you need a different word. If he's limited in his omniscience, then he's like most sentient, but motioned. An Asian says, redefining omnipotent to an idea that God isn't that omnipotent is hilarious to the extent. I can't agree with you more. And Chance, again, thank you so much for the super chance. Chance says, you can't do things that are logically impossible. Isn't that the definition of a miracle? Actually, that's a good question. Is a miracle logically impossible, or is it just like physically impossible? I got some questions about that, actually. It's a good thought, though. Josh says, do words mean words? Must be a great teacher. Listen, I read his reviews. He's got great reviews as a professor. He's probably a decent professor as long as you agree with what he's saying, right? And Alosa says, I have alternative definitions on my side, similar to Trump's alternative facts. And Dry Produce says, yet another Christian making excuses for God and trying to square a circle. That is kind of the case, is they're squaring the circle. And let me just grab a couple more super chats, friends. I'm going to have a bunch at the end, but I want to get to another guest. Says, I'm honored to be named after our igneous Lord and Savior. He is a solid footing we all walk on. Love your work, Justin. Well, Doug Brown, amazing name. And thank you for putting your hope and faith in Doug, the rock, the solid foundation. And Hercules says, Dawkins was talking smack on you last night. Thoughts? Darth Dawkins talks about me endlessly because he's got a man crush on me. Listen, go to his live stream and just tell him it's okay to come out of the closet. We won't chastise you here. We'll welcome you with arms wide open. If you think I'm cute, Darth, just come and say so. Tell me I'm pretty and we can hold hands and we can walk on the beach. And Boogie says, much love. Thanks again for helping me shake this bullshit. Also, need help with the Discord. Mods, send me a message, please. Well, I don't know what kind of help you need, but I'm sure the mods can help you. But thank you for joining and for the super chat. And Jason says, are you ready to burn pretzels? Yeah, we are ready to burn pretzels. And we're going to get one coming up here in just a second. Jim says, why do Christians think that Alma is only used in the Bible to talk about virgins and they use it to say Mary was a virgin? Because in the Greek Septuagint, they translate the word Alma into Parthenos, and they believe that Parthenos can only refer to a virgin. Therefore, Alma must refer to a virgin, but it simply doesn't. And Steve comes again to complain by giving me his money. Says, where is your proof these things are wrong? Do you have anything other than supernatural belief they are? I don't have any supernatural beliefs, actually. All my beliefs are natural, Steve. You know this. And Walking Dad says, sorry, Steve, morality can easily and objectively be defined as the well-being of human beings. Murder, rape, slavery are bad for human well-being. I agree that they are bad for well-being objectively. I think there's a wider discussion as to whether or not well-being is the standard. That's my standard, though. And Atlas says, so excited to finally see you live, though you'll probably cut out as I'm heading out for a hike. If I get the whole time, then praise Doug. Get you the whole time and praise Doug. Well, listen, praise Doug. And thank you, Atlas, for letting me know you're here and for super chatting and supporting the stream. And praise Doug. Enjoy your hike. Pick up a little Doug while you're out on the trails. Pick up a Doug and take Doug with you. And it'll be a little souvenir from Doug. All right, let's get our next guest from the TikTok queue. We've got with us now, well, trying to get with us, Scarface. Interesting name, enjoyable, should be fun. See if Scarface can connect. They've been in the box for a little bit. Bitplane says, is this person a doctor of incredulity? That's kind of where I was getting. I think the problem with the Philbros is that they have a lot of arguments that they assume you're going to accept because all of their Philbro arguments accept them, or friends accept them already, right? But I'm under no compulsion to accept these arguments until you've given me a demonstration that they're true. Mindforged Manacles, good to see you again tonight. It says, Sean Carroll has mentioned the quantum eternity theorem as an example of a model of an infinite universe, infinite past to infinite future. Yeah, actually, Sean Carroll mentioned this. Also, Ian talks about this one a lot. This is one of Ian's favorite theories. And Ian and I typically agree on most things. I haven't read the quantum eternity theorem, though. All right, so Scarface cannot connect. So we're going to move to the YouTube queue. Friends, if you're watching on TikTok, you can hit the guest request in the bottom corner of the screen and get in on the conversation. If you're not watching on YouTube, if you're watching on Facebook or YouTube, if you're not watching on TikTok, if you're watching on YouTube or Facebook or elsewhere, you can just go to the link in the description and you can get yourself into the discussion. And with that, we're going to bring in our next guest. It looks like Esoteric Hayes. How you doing, Hayes? Hayes, I think your microphone might be mechanically muted. Let's see. Hey, do you have a mute button for your headset somewhere? Is it accidentally muted? I'm not sure what's happening with his equipment. You might not have your equipment set up right. It might be pulling it from a microphone that doesn't exist. Let me see what microphones you got. There you go. Yeah, we got you now. You've got one, two.
Sound good?
You've got 15 microphones on your computer, and you're running voice meter. It looks like that's the problem. Okay.
Yeah. I was trying to get it to be a bit more clear, so I didn't blow out your. Because it's an old microphone, I didn't want to ruin your stream.
No, it's okay. I have control over all the audio volumes. If somebody's like blowing out the guest ears, usually somebody shouts at me and I can turn it down.
Well, thank you for your patience. So me specifically, I don't know if this is an invitation only for primarily Christians. I'm not a Christian.
No, it's for any discussions on God. But typically we're going to talk about the God you believe in. So like if you're not Muslim, I don't want you defending the Muslim God.
Absolutely, I completely understand that. Me, I'm an occultist. I am a psychocultural mystic. So I do believe in gods and goddesses, stuff like that, but I think they are all emergent properties of consciousness.
Oh boy. Can you fill in the blanks for me? How did they emerge from consciousness?
Well, I think that we get exposed to concepts, and the more that you fixate on them, give power to them, meditate, ritualize it, eventually, that old maxim, like if you talk to something long enough, something eventually will talk back. It's sort of like that.
Yeah.
You're giving it some sort of engagement to a thought that can then take on a life of its own eventually.
Right, but to me, this is cause and effect. I think this is a natural product of the world that we live in. I wouldn't say that it was
agree.
Supernatural, right? So, for example, I don't think that there is a consciousness that exists separate from our brain.
I completely agree. I mean, actually, I would say that
Are you
I'm
Buddhist?
not sure if we could actually. No.
Okay.
I'm not Buddhist, though. I love Buddhism, though. I love reading on it.
Right.
So that's something there for me too, I guess. But I would say that I don't think we could definitively say we have the absolute truth on whether consciousness is something that permeates us or whatever. I don't know. I'm not going to make definitive claims on that. All I can tell is that what my experience and awareness seems to be, and then move on from there. Same thing with the origin of the universe. I don't think that we could actually get back and actually definitively say what's before, what all our whatever all our tools do, they break down eventually, or until we have the means to detect that. I don't think I want to make claims on that.
Fair enough.
I feel like that's fair.
Yeah, I think that is fair. So, what would be a good argument or a good reason why somebody would believe that there are even spirits? Right. I think that's a pretty base place to start, right?
Oh, of course. So if someone were to go into let's just say, for example, I'm going to use the spooky house example. You go into an abandoned place, you go in there, it gives you a bad feeling. We know that a lot of things can influence you. And if you've got some sort of creepy ideas there and you have strong negative associations with a place, the more and more you visit that place, you might start attributing some sort of autonomous entity being within such a place. Or you might start freaking out at pareidolia, which if you give enough power over that, it will freak you out. And they could potentially haunt your dreams and a whole bunch of other shit.
But to me, that's not proof that spirits exist. It's just proof that people believe spirits exist.
Well, to me, in my formulation of all of this, and I'm sorry if I'm using $3 words, I'm being shitty.
No, you're being great so far. Don't worry.
Yeah, my thing is that I don't necessarily think external spirits or anything like that exist. I think that these are things that human beings tend to assign to locations and shit. That we have some of this in science, where if you'll create a thought palace in your head, you make a mental layout of your house and you'll walk around, you can leave thoughts in specific locations. So if you put enough impression there mentally and you open up a drawer, well, in here's my entire catalog of Moby Dick that I know, eventually you'll start to recall Moby Dick opening up that drawer every time you open up that drawer in your house. This is something that the FBI actually teaches people. So
yeah, but
it's really
that's happening
cool
in
stuff like
in
that.
your brain, right?
I think it happens within your conscious awareness. Whether that's purely an emergent property of the brain or not, I think is irrelevant.
Right.
I think it's just, yeah, it's in there. Yeah.
So that's what I'm suggesting is the stuff that you're attributing to spirits, I would attribute to the brain. So I guess the thing I'm trying to figure out is if there's a good reason to attribute it to a spirit as opposed to the brain, what would that good reason be?
I think a spirit, the term spirit is just a label. I think that it is whatever that experience or that autonomous creep factor that you would like assign. In the example of that spooky ass house that I'm talking about, you would lay out this image of something being there because the more and more you go there, the more unsettled you become. Eventually, you come back through there. Maybe like sometimes something will fall over because it's like wind going through the house or something like that. Eventually, these associations will become some sort of mental entity that will just be a natural product of your mind,
Right.
but will be there and will freak you the fuck out. And somebody else could walk through the same space and not have the same issue at all because they're not afraid of things like that.
Well, I don't think they're there, is what I'm suggesting. I'm saying that people are using visual cues to recall memories. It's just a natural thing that the brain does.
Yeah, so I would say that like the entity is by entity I mean like I'm talking about the spirit in question, like whatever we would label as a spirit. I think that it does exist, but it exists primarily within your conscious awareness. It's not in the location. Like you don't actually objectively put a spirit in the location. It is something that you are going to mentally associate with a location.
Okay, so then it sounds to me, and I could be wrong, and I don't want to be the one to break the news to you, but I think you're an atheist.
I mean, like, I do not believe in an external God as far as I can tell. I mean, I'm not opposed to the idea, but I am religious. I still will give power over to the psychocultural entities, whatever they are in my mind. Like, I'll pray to Zeus or whatever, or any God that strikes my fancy and that I believe is good for my mental well-being. And
Right.
I do think that there's some sort of association there. Once you give that back and forth, that eventually there is some sort of unconscious conversation happening with your conscious.
No, I'm agreeing with you that we have like a placebo effect when we pray to God, but you don't believe that Zeus exists. Like there's not a guy in the sky throwing lightning bolts.
Well, I believe he exists psychoculturally, which psychoculturally is just, you know,
in the minds
and
of
a mental associate in the minds of people. And the coolest thing about this is that you get a bunch of people together who believe in a single God. They will have this consciousness overlap, and they can have experiences like, let's say,
All right, so
the Lady of Guadalupe or whatever. Like those
yeah.
big miraculous events, if you examine it, it just doesn't really hold water.
Let me ask, maybe I think a question that might cut to the chase. If every human at midnight passed away, every human on the earth, let's say we all passed away, none of us exist at 12:01. Does Zeus still exist?
I think so. Like in this way, I would say that every psychocultural entity that relies purely on the conscious experience of human beings would cease to exist.
There you go. Okay, that's what we need to know. Okay, you're an atheist, my friend. Welcome to the club.
Well, an external atheist, if we want to call me that. I wouldn't use that term, not because I would say I'm more agnostic on the idea of something actually being there. I can't definitively say that there isn't some sort of deistic expansion, or if there isn't something that's like a lot more stranger we haven't like contemplated or like formulated yet. I can't say that with any honesty. But what I could say is that like the way that I look at these things, I'm just, how do I explain my experience? How do I explain my qualia when it comes to worship and ritual and things like that? And this seems to be how it's formulated. And it's not purely with me either. This is something that actually sort of has a tradition. So
no, I agree with you.
I think it's fascinating.
Well, I think the more we drill down on it, the more we realize that we probably do agree. These are psychosocial ideas that are shared in the human culture, but they're not external entities that exist independent of the human mind. They're subjective entities, not objective entities. And so in that case, you and I probably agree. I think I'm going to move on to the next theist and see where they're at. But thanks for coming up, Esoteric, and thanks for being kind.
That's fine with me. Thank you, Justin. You have a great day, man.
Cheers. What a nice guy. It sounds to me like Jordan Peterson would have enjoyed that conversation. Like the mental or the metaphysical substrate of the psychosocial reality that we live in. Mindforged Manacle says it's mathematically possible, but not physically interesting, considering calculus works in physics and calculus requires infinity to make sense. Actually, I mean, it's funny that if math is objectively true, and in math we have infinities, it just seems that it's objectively true to have infinities. I could be wrong. Mindforge coming in again says, I agree with your premises and the logic is valid, but I dislike the conclusion. Christians attempting a lot. I think you're right, actually. And Idri, I almost thought you said Idrimi when I was reading it, which is the name of a real ancient king from Alalach. It says, great discussion. Thanks for making this possible. Well, thank you for supporting, because it's supporters like you that make these streams possible. And Mike says, guest argument is based on implied incredulity. And I think you're right. I think that's there's a lot of incredulity. I think the reason for that was because these arguments work really well when you're talking to other believers. The minute you're not talking to a non-believer and they push back on the ideas, you're incredulous. No, people they disagree with these premises. Why are you disagreeing with me, right? And then they can't figure out a good reason to defend the actual premises. And Zach says, so everything is contingent except for your God. I think there's a name for that. Yeah, it's called special pleading. Thank you, Zach, for the $9.99 Big W, friend. And Noodle, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, I love all these uber intellectual Christians who come on to defend their God and start babbling about deist creator God and not the biblical God. That's the point. And I actually told him in email, because we had some email dialogue before he came in, that like, I'm interested in talking about your specific God, not a deistic God. You don't believe in the deistic God. I want to talk about your God. So he did know that coming in. And the Christian atheist, interesting name, thank you for the super chat, says God can be infinite, but the reality of the universe can't be. That's what I was saying. Why is it that you special plead for God being infinite, but not the thing that we already know exists? And Krill says, finally became a member. You're now one extremely small step closer to becoming hella rich. Well, thank you so much for the 129 SEK. Super appreciate it, friend. Thank you for supporting the channel. And for those not on YouTube or TikTok that can subscribe, I now have a Patreon in my profile. And Zach says, thank you for the super chat, by the way, Zach. I really appreciate that. It says, how does a doctor not understand special pleading? Also, what does it mean to exist for 0 seconds? Outside of time makes no sense. I agree, Zach. The concept of being outside of time didn't make sense to me even when I was a Christian. Even as a Christian, I was like, no, it seems more logical that God just always existed in time. The fact that there's outside of time is too inconsistent logically for me. And thank you for the 666, Dell. It says, has anyone ever done math on how long Moses would need to keep his hands raised for 2.5 million people to cross the Red Sea while he parted it? That's a good question. And I've got an even better one for you. If you read Exodus chapter 17, another interesting thing happens with Moses' arms. He holds up his arms as they fight against the Amalekites. And every time his arms get tired, God allows the Amalekites to start winning the war. So they have to prop his arms up so that the Amalekites don't win the war. What a crazy, capricious bullshit thing for God to do. Every time a guy's arms get tired, he allows his own people to get slaughtered by their enemies. That's insane. That's insanity to me. All right. Jason's been waiting the longest, so we're going to get Jason in here. And then we've got Saucy Nugs after Jason, it looks like. Jason, are you with us?
I am.
Yeah, welcome in, Jason. Jason, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I am at least 18, well, way over 18. And my God is Joe Burrow, so I guess I don't believe in the typical God. But I do have some questions for you.
All right, so you're not a God believer then?
No, and okay. I'm not.
Well, listen, Jason, this is a short stream. I'm just doing debates. I'm sorry you've been waiting all this time, but hit me up DM me on Discord with your questions. I'll answer them.
Yeah, I got you. You should have 2 books coming this afternoon.
Oh, big W. Thank you so much, Jason. I love answering questions. I love interacting with the people, but during the summer, I don't have a lot of time to stream. So when I am streaming, I'm keeping it. I got to keep it just to the debates. You know what I mean?
Sure. And this probably would be better on Sarah's in the Bible study, I guess.
Yeah, but nevertheless, once my schedule cools off, I'll be doing some Q&As and some other things like that where, questions are abundant and welcome,
Sounds good.
All right, thanks, Jason. Sorry about that.
All right. No problem.
Cheers, friend.
Cheers.
Hey, Justin, I'm sorry. I thought I heard you say you were inviting people up for questions. I can drop.
Oh, I wasn't. Sorry, Algo. But Algo, it's good to see you, buddy.
Good to see you too, Justin.
I hope you're doing well.
Yeah. No, I'm okay. Do you mind if I did ask a question? Because I can drop if you want debates.
I mean, I've got I don't have a ton of time left in the stream. I've got to stop debating in about 30 minutes and then get through all the super chats that people so kindly sent me. So I got like just enough time for like one more guest to come up and debate,
Gotcha. I will drop. Everybody be well. Everybody have a good day.
All right. Love you, man. Take care. All right. Saucy Nugs was, I promised to come in next. So we're going to get Saucy Nugs in here. All right. We're going to try.
What up, man?
How you doing, Saucy?
I'm good. I'm 39. How you doing?
Good. Thank you for asking. Which God do you believe in, Nugs?
I am a Christian theist.
Cool. What would be the most compelling evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
Well, there's a lot to ask. Is it cool if I ask you a question?
I mean, you're welcome to, but I'm going to redirect the conversation back to where it started.
That's fine. I think this is why I opened the door to theism, is because I used to be opposite of you. I used to be an atheist. So as an atheist, do you believe that the only thing that exists is the material, physical reality, right?
As far as I can tell, the only thing that exists is the material reality. It's possible that there is an immaterial thing that exists. I've never heard a good argument or good evidence for an immaterial thing existing.
Okay. So you would say everything that exists is physical, reducible to physical stuff.
As far as I can tell, like if all physical things disappeared tomorrow, then my viewpoint is that all things would be gone.
Okay, yeah, and that's naturalism. That's usually what atheists believe. Some atheists are nuanced in that stuff, so I was just curious. Would you say, so do you believe in like determinism?
I don't even know what that is.
Like, how do you think physical states like go about in the universe? Do you think they're deterministically going to happen? Like, the sun hit this rock, so therefore the physics is going to hit this thing, and if we had infinite knowledge, we could predict the future.
I mean, if we have infinite knowledge, I would imagine we'd be able to predict the future because we would have knowledge of the future. I think that's just implied in the wording.
Infinite knowledge of, maybe not infinite knowledge of the future, but infinite knowledge of things that are now, and using physics, the laws of physics, we could deduct the future.
No, I don't think, well, if we knew everything about the present, right? If we knew everything there ever could be known about the present moment and we had infinite computational power, could we predict the outcome of everything for the next 30 seconds? I mean, maybe. I think it's a good theoretical question. But like, I don't spend a whole lot of time worrying about determinism because I don't think it affects my worldview.
So are you just not sure about determinism? Because usually most atheists I've interacted with are physical determinists. They believe.
Oh, I don't have an opinion on it.
Chain of reaction.
I don't have an opinion.
What would the alternative be?
To what? To determinism?
To determinism.
Obviously, non-determinism. Again, this is not a philosophy live stream. So like if you have like philosophy jargon, you need to actually spell it out what you're trying to get at, because no one here cares what these terms mean.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. So if everything is physical and things behave deterministically in a physical way, and every single thing in reality is reducible to physical stuff, all of your brain conscious states are also the same physical stuff, right?
Well, yeah, I believe that our brain states are based on our physical brains. And again, I accept this because there's no evidence to the contrary. If you have evidence to the contrary, you're welcome to present it. Now, these arguments typically go the way of you don't like my position, therefore it can't be true. Well, listen, you can not like my position all you want. The question is, can you demonstrate your position to be true? And
sure.
So, for example, I hear this argument a lot because philosophy bros come up and they still think in 2025 that tag is a good argument. And then I watch them flounder for an hour trying to demonstrate that there's even one transcendental thing that exists, and they can never demonstrate that it exists. And then they turn to morality. They say, well, I don't like subjective morality, therefore objective morality must be true. These are all great. Like, if you don't like my...
I'm not trying to go down that road.
Right. If you don't like the viewpoint that I have, then give me a reason why your viewpoint is better.
Yeah, I agree. So I was hoping maybe you'd have some type of a view of determinism, because usually that's the atheist, standard, default position, but just because that's just how they usually are. So my only point is if your brain states, your conscious states, the things you believe in, all the things you lack belief in, are ultimately just reducible to physical stuff. And physical stuff behaves deterministically or indeterministically, how do you know what you believe is actually true?
Well, when we use the word true, we're talking about things that are in accordance with reality. So if I said it's true that I've got two hands, and you're all looking at me and you're like, well, shit, I see two hands. They look like they're connected to his body. Therefore, the statement, Justin has true hands, appears to be true. We're just making an observation using the tools we have available.
Sure, but isn't me interpreting that you have two hands, me using like logic and interpreting the data to say, hey, this is what the evidence points to, this reality?
I don't think you even need logic for that. You just need to look and say, I see two hands, therefore it's true.
Okay. So but we do need to use logic for some things, right? Like,
well, sure. Like, I understand like the three laws of logic are going to apply when determining if that claim is true. I get that. But I'm saying is the level of logic is like as base as it possibly could be.
Sure. But like if your beliefs and mental states or whatever, the belief that you have two hands is ultimately reducible to just purely physical stuff. And physical stuff just behaves, cause and effect, chains of events. All of your brain states, all of your mental states,
physical,
all of your beliefs are just purely physical, and they're mindless physical reactions that happen not because of anything you choose to do.
Yeah, we know the consequences of the argument. I'm asking you, can you demonstrate that that's not the case?
No, I'm not demonstrating anything. I'm saying if.
Well, hold on, Doug. So I'm gonna pause you here because I think you're wasting everyone's time. Right? All you're saying is that you don't like my worldview. Like you don't like the idea
that's not what I'm saying.
That it's only physicalism, right? So if you believe that there's something outside of physicalism, do you have a rational reason to believe it?
I'm only saying that if physicalism is true, how do you epistemically justify any belief you have if every single belief you have is ultimately determined or indetermined by a chain of physical events that you have no control over? I'm saying that. Well,
I never said that we didn't have any control over it. I said I don't have an opinion on determinism. And I'm asking you, hold on. I'm asking you if you believe I'm wrong, if you believe that somehow there is some sort of non-physical existence, what's the argument for it? Because all you're saying right now is you don't like the argument that it's just physical stuff.
I'm saying that I'm just saying, hey, if your worldview is true, then you're.
So let's try this again. Drop in. Do you have an argument that lands on non-physical things existing?
Well, okay, I guess we're just going to skip the idea that, like, hey, if physicalism is true, you have no epistemic justification.
Well, no, I'm trying to get you to understand that what you're doing here is you're not actually providing an argument for your worldview. You're doing the typical precept thing, which is, I don't like your worldview, therefore I insert mine as soon as I find a hole. Hold on, Nug, stop talking while I'm talking.
Apologize.
You're saying that you don't like my worldview, and therefore, if you can find a hole or something in my worldview that's unpleasing to you mentally or emotionally, or even logically, then you're just going to insert your worldview in place. I already told you, I don't have an opinion on whether or not everything is completely determined. I don't know. It's not something I've studied. It's not something I care about. It doesn't affect whether or not I'm able to look at the world and observe what is true and what is not true. I have the case. I mean, I have the power. I'm capable of doing it, right? So I'm asking the question, if there is something like a god or spirits or many gods, I don't care, is there an argument? Is there evidence for that being the case? That's what I'm asking. So if you don't have an argument or evidence for that being the case, it sounds to me like you're just a preceptor wasting time.
So it sounds to me like you agree with me that you are not just reducible to physical stuff. You can look at the evidence and logically.
I didn't agree with you.
Say, hey. So you don't think you can look at evidence and deduce which is actual reality and what's not?
What I'm saying is we can use our powers of observation and make statements that something is in accordance with what we think is objectively true and something that's not in accordance with it. That's
use logic and reason,
something
right?
that we can do. We have that capability of doing it. So that's why we're asking, is there an argument or evidence that ends in God? Because then we can actually test it. We can use our powers of observation and ask ourselves, is it in fact true that a God exists?
100%, I agree with you. I'm saying that ability to look at evidence and logic and reason and come to true beliefs or not true beliefs, have rational discussions, I think implies that we have some type of will detached from our physical processes, that we can rise above our environment or a chain of reaction of physical causes and say, hey, look, God does exist or God doesn't exist because X, Y, Z. I'm saying under physicalism, you don't have that option.
No, I agree. Under physicalism, I don't believe that there are immaterial things, right? So the will is a product of the brain, and it dies when the brain dies. Now, if in fact you think that's not the case, if in fact you think there are things that exist that are acting on the brain, not a product of the brain, then give me the argument for the thing existing.
Okay, I'll move on. So it sounds like you would agree with me that epistemic justification is a huge question mark under physicalism. So I would say that there's plenty of
dropping nugs. I told you already, we don't use those words here. I don't even know what epistemic justification means. Again,
like, how do you know?
I know that these arguments sound great when you're talking to your friends in philosophy. You're not in philosophy class here. So if you want people to care about what you're saying, just use words that people know.
How do we know something is true if all of our reasons for getting to that truth claim is just reducible to physical processes we have zero control over? I'm saying that we can get to beliefs that we know are rational because we use our free will to look at evidence, to look at logic and say reasonably what is the true proposition that lines up, or true statement that lines up with reality. I think that only can exist if there's something immaterial about us.
Well, first of all, I don't know if that's the case, but second of all, that has nothing to do with God.
I agree. It's just if there is an
if it has nothing to do with God, then why do I care?
Well, I should say I disagree. It does have something to do with God. So I think if there is an immaterial part of us, our mind is immaterial. We're saying there is immaterial minds that exist. God,
there's the argument.
God is an immaterial mind. He's just the grounding of logic, reason, morality.
So again, I would be waiting for the argument or the evidence that immaterial minds exist. And it sounds like you want them to exist, but you don't have any evidence of them existing.
I could give you some reasons. I think that like the undercutting, I don't want to use a jargon. So I think essentially that if physicalism, under my belief, if physicalism is the case, that there's just natural stuff, then your beliefs are just reducible to natural events. You have no control over what you believe. Now, in neuroscientists, we have this thing called downward causation. So if our consciousness, I assume maybe you think your consciousness just emerges from physical brain states. So how would an emergent property be able to change the the physical brain states? So essentially in like cognitive behavioral therapy, and if we focus, we know that our focus actually changes our brain chemistry, and not just, hey, you take a pill and our brain chemistry changes and our consciousness changes.
But that is the case.
Our consciousness. Yeah, but our consciousness can actually change our brain chemistry.
Well, a lot of things can change your brain chemistry, but that's your brain chemistry working on itself. Just have you read the split brain experiments?
Yeah, exactly. I think it's one of a good point.
Have you seen where people develop dual personalities because of the split brain experiment?
Yeah, and those dual personalities can actually impact the brain states. That's my point, is that consciousness, if it is emergent, it makes no sense.
Why not?
Why this emergent property could have downward causation.
Well, I disagree.
On the physical brain state. Well, that's just what this go just Google.
If human life is an emergent property of evolution, it's all chemical reactions, and we have the ability to go into our planet and change the chemical compounds that we just came from, then that's just a one thing behaving in a way that causes a system of effect. That's it. So like our brain having different brain states because of other brain states is just cause and effect.
Okay, I'll just move on. I just say that focus, these things are not brain states. This is something you're consciously doing, and the data shows that our conscious effects do change sections of our brain states.
I agree.
I think that the immaterial self, if something about us immaterial, solves the hard problem of consciousness. Are you familiar with the hard problem of consciousness?
I'm not, but before you posit that it solved hard consciousness, you would have to posit that the thing exists. Like if I said,
sure.
Listen, no car can break 500 miles an hour. And I said, except for my car, I've got a car that can break 500 miles an hour. And someone says, no, this is a real problem. No car can break 500. I'm like, well, it's not true because my car can. Like now you have to prove that your car exists before you can say your car can do the thing it can't do.
You're asking me for physical evidence of something that is non-physical. All I can look at is the data and infer the best explanation.
We've done studies on this, right? Like we've tried to trigger out-of-body experiences.
Yeah, well, I'm not bringing up out-of-body experiences or near-death experiences or things like that.
Well, I am. That's what I'm saying is we've tried to demonstrate scientifically that consciousness can exist outside of the brain, and every study that we have fails. We trigger out-of-body experiences using brain stimulation, DMT, psilocybin, different things like that. People claim they're having out-of-body experiences, but then they can never validate it. It always turns out that it's a hallucination, right? So
sure.
Listen, science is trying to decide on whether or not consciousness can exist outside the brain. All of the evidence we have suggests otherwise. Until we have evidence,
I would just disagree.
Then then show me the evidence.
So the downward causation to me makes no sense if your consciousness is emergent from purely physical stuff.
Why?
That makes absolutely no sense. How can this emerge?
How does it not make sense? That's an argument from incongruity. You know that one.
No, this is. I don't believe that it is. This makes no sense that an emergent property would be able to actually retroactively change the brain states that it's come from. That this is illogical.
What's illogical about it?
Let me just keep going on because you asked for evidence. So the hard problem of consciousness.
This guy. All right, listen. I'm not gonna bog down the entire conversation in dumb questions. We're gonna get
you're used to talking about.
We're gonna get back to the actual conversation. Did you have an evidence or an argument that resulted in your particular God?
This is evidence. So the hard problem of consciousness.
No, because you can believe in consciousness outside the brain and be Buddhist that don't believe in God. So this has nothing to do with,
it goes back to
has nothing to do with God, which is why I'm asking you, can you get back to the actual conversation, which is whether or not God exists?
I don't know how this is a difficult jump for you. If there is an immaterial mind that exists and you have it, I have it, human beings have it, the jump from an immaterial mind to God is just a puddle jump. It's not that difficult to get to.
Right,
especially
but you
if
haven't
believe
proven
in
it, which is what I'm
necessity.
saying. Like you keep asserting that it must be the case. So it's not a good argument. If your argument for God rests on an immaterial mind existing and you can't demonstrate that immaterial minds exist, then you didn't actually demonstrate the existence of God. You need to provide a different argument. Even if you did present an argument that ended in immaterial minds existing, it still doesn't end with an immaterial God existing. You still have to provide an argument for that. So you failed on premise number one, and you didn't have premise number two fleshed out either.
It would mean that physicalism is false, right? If there are immaterial realities that exist, physicalism isn't true. Atheism isn't true.
Right, but you can have immaterialism without a God. That's why I'm saying there are cultures like the Buddhists who believe in an immaterial reality that don't believe in a God. So just moving to immaterialism doesn't get you to God being real, which is why
it gets you off of atheism.
It doesn't get you off atheism.
Agnosticism.
No, it doesn't.
Well, atheists are naturalists. Do you believe in immaterial reality?
That's certainly not the case.
Okay, so what atheists believe in immaterial realities existing, like a soul?
Buddhists.
So I'm talking about atheists that believe in
Buddhists are
naturalism.
atheists.
Okay, so are you a Buddhist?
No.
Okay, well I'm talking to atheists, like internet TikTok atheists that I interact with.
And I'm telling you,
you're a naturalist.
I don't believe in spirits. I don't believe in the immaterial world. And you haven't provided an argument that ends in the immaterial world. And even if you could, it doesn't end in God, because we see there are very good arguments for the immaterial world not ending in God. Case in point, the Buddhists are a great example. So you're not really helping your argument. All you're doing is trying to just assume that if I would accept an immaterial reality, then therefore I have to be agnostic on God. I don't.
Well, specifically immaterial minds existing.
Again,
if immaterial
that doesn't end in God.
That's fine. It doesn't end in atheism. That's for sure.
It does.
So I'm just saying this. It does. There's a lot of atheists that believe in souls.
The Buddhists. I don't know how many times I have to say this. There are atheists, people who don't believe in a creator God, that also believe in an immaterial spiritual existence. They just don't believe in a creator God. Getting from immaterialism to a creator entity is a leap that you can't make.
Okay, so I'll just move on. Sounds like we're just not going to agree to disagree. Well, you can move on to a different guest, or we could keep yapping. I don't want to take up your time.
Well, which God do you believe in?
Well, I'm a Christian, so I believe in the Christian God.
So what's the evidence that the Christian God exists?
Well, I think the idea of immaterial minds existing is a pretty strong evidence.
It's not evidence for the Christian God. It could be Allah. It could be Vishnu. It could be Shiva. Shiva, I said that wrong. I mean, it gets
you to theism.
Shiva. It could get you to a form of theism. It could get you to a form of Buddhism. It could get you to paganism. It could get you a lot of things, right? I'm asking for the argument that ends in the Christian God being real.
And I think that if you were to strip away all reality, all physical reality, you have left the laws of logic. Do we agree on that?
No. I think the laws of logic are invented just like English.
So the laws of logic began to exist.
No, they don't exist at all. We invented it. It's a language to describe how the world works.
But you don't think it's actually is the case that A equals A, or you think in reality things could contradict?
No.
Well, that if that's in reality.
No, reality is described by using the laws of logic. Just like one is one because we invented the meaning of the word one. You got it. We invented the concepts that are referred to as the laws of logic. And again,
the syntax.
Again, this doesn't have anything to do with the biblical God.
So the syntax, we don't make up. The words we use, we obviously make up, but the meaning of the words, we do not make up. So the law of non-contradiction says, I can't be in a square circle room.
Yeah,
right?
Because that's how the world behaves. I know.
Is there any way in which the world could behave that way? It
does behave that way. That's what I'm saying. And now there are some quantum theories that suggest that some of the laws of logic aren't as watertight, right? So, for example, recently in a study, they did a quantum time reversal, and there's a couple other quantum experiments that would poo-poo on the laws of logic. But I'm willing to accept the laws of logic at this point as being universal. But again, these are descriptions of the way the universe behaves. If we discover that one of the laws of logic doesn't actually always work, then we would have to get rid of it and say, well, it usually almost always works.
Well, I'm just asking, is there a hypothetical you can think of where the law, like things would actually contradict in reality?
No, because we've described reality because that's the way it behaves. If we say this thumb drive is a thumb drive and it's not a thumb drive, we've described that. We just said this thing is what it is, but there's no law requiring it to be the thing that it is. We're just saying the thing is what it is and it can't be anything other than the thing. That's it.
Yep. That's all the laws of logic are. So if the
there's
universe,
descriptions, I know.
Exactly. So if the universe didn't exist, let's just pretend all physical reality didn't exist. Would A still equal A? Would the law of non-contradiction still be true no matter what physical reality you can dream up? It seems like the law of non-contradiction would always be true, right?
The question is malformed. You're asking if nothing existed, would something exist? Obviously, no. If nothing existed, then there's no laws of logic that was created to describe the thing that existed.
If nothing existed, would nothing equal nothing?
That's the point. So there's no such thing as nothing, which goes to my point that I bring up a lot, which is the idea that there is such a thing as nothing is absurd.
I mean, I agree with you. That's why I think the laws of logic would still exist.
So we never had nothing. But the laws of logic are descriptions. They don't exist. They're not a stuff. You can't point to them. They're descriptions. Just like
they're obviously not stuff.
When I say thumb drive is an abstract concept that my brain is using to describe something. That's it. I can't find
does the thumb drive exist?
I can't find like a platonic form of my thumb drive in space anywhere. It doesn't exist.
But yeah, so you're using words to describe something that exists, right?
Yeah, I'm using words to describe things that exist.
I'm using words that describe propositions, like true statements that are always going to be the case. We call these metaphysical truths. They're always going to be the case.
But those are those are valuations. They don't exist. They're valuations.
Okay. Well, it sounds like you believe that the laws of logic are just contingent, mind-dependent things. To me, that's insane.
Well,
most philosophers,
another argument from incredulity, I know.
Most atheist philosophers would say you're being ridiculous. Obviously, they're necessarily true. Well, clearly you haven't. I don't be rude. I appreciate your time, man. I would just
to be clear, you don't have a single argument for the biblical God.
Well, if we can't even agree on like basic laws of logic, what those are, getting to the God of even theism in general is not a leap you're not going to be able to make. So
listen, I'll grant you right now that there's a God and his name is Doug. Convince me that it's Jesus and not Doug.
So you're saying that a God exists, it grounds logic, it grounds morality.
No, I didn't say that.
Well, Doug exists.
Those are things that you invented. You invented those characteristics of God, right? I'm not asking you to ask me questions about Doug. I'm asking you to give me an argument that your God is real, that Jesus and the Trinity is real, and not my God, Doug.
See, so you don't really care about the God question. You just say, do you care about Christianity being true or false?
Well, I already told you I don't believe in your God. You couldn't provide a rational argument for it. I'm willing, for the sake of conversation, to grant you that there could be a God, and you still, even if I grant you all that, you'll still never get to the Christian God. So what's the argument for the Christian God being real versus any other God concept?
I mean, now we're talking about if God exists, does the ancient historical evidence for Christianity, is it true? I would say yes.
Sure. And give me the argument or the evidence for that.
Well, before we start, are you familiar with like how do we know things in ancient history?
We don't know anything beyond a shadow of a doubt from ancient history. All we can do is use the evidence that's in front of us and say what's the most likely case.
So we use probabilities, right? Like we look
Obviously.
at internal evidence, external evidence. We use the laws of logic, which I know you don't really care for, but we use those to look at ancient events, archaeology, and say, hey, what's the cumulative case?
Yes, we
that makes the
know
most
how
sense?
ancient texts work. Yeah, I'm asking for the evidence or the argument that
So-
the Christian God is real and not Zeus.
So we have more evidence of this one event of Jesus Christ being executed by the Roman crucifixion than we do anything in ancient history.
I agree. People get executed by the Romans all the time.
Sure. What I said was the event of Jesus Christ of Nazareth being killed by the Romans is the most.
I agree. There probably was a guy named Jesus who was a Jewish teacher that got killed by the Romans. So what?
And do you agree that he was probably buried in a public tomb?
Oh, I have no idea. I have no opinion on how he was buried. In fact, what we know from the ancient world is most of the people that were crucified typically weren't buried in tombs, specifically not tombs owned by rich men that were opposed to what the Sanhedrin was doing.
So under Jewish law, do you think that it was important for them to be buried?
Oh, yeah. So under Jewish law, it was important for them to be buried, but he wasn't executed by the Jews. He was executed by the Romans. That being said, correct. If you believe he was executed by the Jews and the Jews were the one that were controlling what happened to him, then I'd be more inclined to believe what it says in the Talmud about his death, which was that he was stoned and then he was hung up on a stick, because that's what actually happened when the Jews executed people. They stoned him, then they hung him up.
Yeah, so the Jew did care a lot about burying even criminals. Josephus even mentions that the Romans would like to adhere, especially in peacetime, to whatever customs of the local regions were. We know from Philo, of Alexander, and Josephus that they were totally willing to grant the Jews what they wanted to do, especially in peacetime. We have archaeological evidence of Jews being buried after crucifixion. Yohanan had a nail through his heel. So it wasn't an uncommon practice. We see 4 different attestations that Joseph of Arimathea is the one that buried him. If we apply the exact same
Joseph of Arimathea.
Joseph of Arimathea, yes, the member of the Sanhedrin.
I know of no evidence that Joseph of Arimathea was a real person.
Well, we have to look at ancient history.
Well, what's the ancient history that says Joseph of Arimathea existed?
Well, he's attested 4 different independent times.
By who?
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Those are independent accounts. 2 of them are copying from Mark.
In the Joseph of Arimathea story, are you sure?
No, I mean, the Gospels, by and large, Matthew and Luke are mostly copying from Mark. They got some of their own material, and then they've got some common material probably pulled from the document referred to as Q. And Joseph of Arimathea isn't attested to by 4 completely independent witnesses. He's not.
Yes.
He's not.
He's not. Matthew isn't copying Mark in this section. It's an independent tradition he's got. If we have anything like this in any other work in any ancient history, we would say this most likely happened. I'm saying apply the same rigor and principles we would in any other ancient history and apply it to the New Testament documents as well. This isn't a supernatural claim.
So first of all, Mark's not an eyewitness to anything. He's the first gospel author. He didn't witness a damn thing.
What's the attribute? What's the attestation? Is he interviewing an eyewitness?
We have no idea because the gospel doesn't tell us who the author is. And so this is the other problem is we don't know who wrote Mark. We don't know who wrote Luke. We don't know who wrote Matthew. And we don't know who wrote John. John attributes at least 2 different authors. They're identified in chapter 21. The Gospel of Mark doesn't say who the author is. It's attributed to later. If you believe it's John Mark, then that's the cousin of Barnabas, as we find in Colossians chapter 4. So he's not a disciple. He's not an eyewitness to anything. If anything, he's just copying down somebody else's account, or maybe even a secondhand account. Luke and Matthew both copy from Mark, which is astounding to me because Luke wasn't an eyewitness either. Matthew, theoretically, if you think he wrote Matthew, which I don't, was an eyewitness, but he felt the need to copy his own conversion testimony from Mark rather than telling it himself in the first person, which is wild.
So do you think, you're saying we have no clue who wrote this because it's not saying like I, John Mark, am writing this biography?
What I'm saying is that the internal evidence from the 4 Gospels don't attribute authorship. It's something we get later from church fathers, and the church fathers say varying things about the independent authors. And so the
They
earliest
all
church
say the same
fathers, like
authors.
they don't. So like Papias
So
describes an early gospel that doesn't look like any of the gospels that we have. I forget, there's another church father that describes the gospels, either, I think it's Matthew, as a sayings gospel. Matthew is not a sayings gospel. The Gospel of Thomas is, but again, I don't think I don't think any of the four gospels are evidence that Jesus rose from the dead, for the same reason that the hundreds of people that claimed to witness other resurrections aren't evidence of their resurrections. Like, you don't believe that Zalmoxis resurrected. You don't believe that Alcestis resurrected. You don't believe that Aristeas resurrected. Yet all of these people have a wide attestation in the Greco-Roman world of being resurrected.
So real quick, so I just want to hit on, so you're saying that we do not know who wrote these because they do not say who wrote them in their text. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying, all we can do is use second or third hand testimony and assume we knew who wrote them, even though they don't identify themselves. The authors of the text don't identify themselves, which means we have to make assumptions.
Look at external attributions and internal evidence. So do you think, so how do we know Tacitus wrote his history even though he doesn't say it?
Oh, I have no idea. I don't study the Roman histories and like their origins. So as to the writings of Tacitus, I don't know if he wrote the works that are attributed to himself.
So he writes his where he's Italian, or he's a Roman historian. He lives in Italy. His first attribution is 450 years later.
I'm sure
in a manuscript. In a manuscript that we first have pieces of, I think 1,000 years after he lived. Mm-hmm. If we use the exact same criteria, most biographies, histories didn't say, hey, I, Thucydides, am writing this history. It was common practice to just write it, and we'd have in manuscript data, tradition, who wrote it. We have more external attributions for the gospel authorship earlier than any other work in ancient history. So if we have no competing theories for 300 years, why not just apply the exact same principles and say, hey, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are most likely the people who wrote it. It's not a supernatural claim. It doesn't mean Christianity is true. It just means, hey, these people probably actually wrote it.
Well, again, it doesn't matter who wrote it because they weren't eyewitnesses. Number two,
well, it would be if
the testimony of who wrote them. No, it wouldn't be. Even if Mark wrote
Matthew and John.
I don't know why you keep talking over me.
Just because you're saying
even if Mark wrote Mark, which I have no reason to believe he did, he's not an eyewitness. He wasn't a disciple. He wasn't there. He's the cousin of Barnabas.
Who is Mark? Who's Mark attributed?
Luke admits to not being a witness. Luke admits to be receiving the documentation from others. John clearly has multiple authors. John is clearly written by multiple authors who identify themselves in the last chapter. Now, it's possible that John, or who's ever writing the Gospel of John, is collecting people's testimonies and assembling them into the Gospel of John. That's certainly possible. But one thing we know is that John didn't write it, and John could be an eyewitness if he wrote it. That being said, I have no reason to believe that he wrote it, and it's weird to me that he waited until almost the turn of the first century to do so. And it's also weird that all of these gospels are full of contradictory details, failed prophecies, failed predictions. So even if I could grant you, let's say, for example, there was an airtight case where the gospel authors identify themselves and say, no, I was there. It doesn't mean anything to me. It's meaningless to me. I have equal accounts from the ancient world talking about other people who did miracles and resurrected, and I don't believe that those things are true either. And the accounts in the Bible purport to be all true, but they can't be all true when they clearly are saying things that are false. So I'm not going to believe like these documents that are saying things that are clearly not true and say, oh, but when they talk about the resurrection of this dead guy, that's the one true thing they said.
So I just want to not keep moving off this topic. So if
I'm sure you don't, yeah.
I know. Well, it's because I think your arguments are kind of weak. So if we look at the external attributions, it's widely attested from different geographical regions, from different traditions, that Mark is getting this from Peter. Peter was a direct eyewitness of Jesus, right?
No, Peter certainly would have been a direct eyewitness.
Okay.
But what's
So now
what's the
Luke-
evidence that what's the evidence that Mark wrote Peter's account? Because all you've got is the
so
church
Peter
fathers
is
in the
mentioned-
2nd century
Okay,
that
yes, for
mentioned
evidence,
the
that's-
Gospel of Mark being a witness of
what
Peter.
character in Mark do you think is the most focused on?
I
Do you think
don't know. I don't know if there is a character in Mark that gets the most focus, but I do know of the apostles in all 4 Gospels, other than the Gospel of John, Peter gets the most playtime.
So Peter is highlighted a lot more in Mark,
And Matthew and Luke.
Oh no! Comparatively, Mark is definitely highlights Peter's perspective,
And
a
Matthew
lot
and
more.
Luke.
But comparatively, so like if you look at it,
No.
comparing this 4, Mark is going to have more emphasis on Peter.
And
Peter's a high
Matthew and Luke
figure.
too.
Okay, I don't. Maybe you don't know what comparative means. So Mark is getting is highlighting Peter more than the other Gospels.
I
'Cause
disagree.
Peter's obviously okay. Well, we can move on. Mark.
How many times is Peter mentioned in Mark?
I'll have to go Google. It's been a while since I looked at this.
Because he's mentioned
How
more.
much- how
he's
much-
mentioned
how
more
much-
in Matthew.
How much percentage-wise of the text? Mark's a shorter gospel. How much percentage-wise of the text does Mark talk about Peter?
Oh, I've never drilled into the
Percentage-wise.
Gospels and said, okay, based on the number of words in the Gospels, here are the percentages
Well, you're asking-
of the
you're asking for
Gospels
evidence.
coming from
You're
a
asking for
particular
evidence. This would
figure.
be
So
e-
this is
this
not
would be
evidence. This is really, really weak. Not even
Well, if he's-
triangulation. What
if
you're
he's getting his
suggesting-
information from
you're-
Peter, we would
what you're
expect him
suggesting-
to highlight Peter more.
Well, if he's getting his information from Peter, we would expect him not to contradict the other gospel authors. And unfortunately, the gospel authors
So
contradict
we're
each
moving
other.
on. Okay.
So
So I'm just saying. I think basic logic would say if Mark is getting this from Peter, he's going to highlight Peter's perspective more.
I'm
We have that
saying
in-
he
we
would
have that in the
highlight
Gospel
Peter's
of Mark.
perspective 1,000,000 times more, but that's not what's happening in the Gospels. Peter's perspective
Mark is
is
trying to
roughly
write a
similar
gospel.
to the perspective of the other gospel authors. So the mentions of Peter are roughly the same between Matthew, Mark, and Luke. In the
Percentage-wise, they're definitely not.
Gospel of John, it's even higher. Peter is mentioned more in the Gospel of John than all 4 of the other gospels,
Percentage-wise,
and percentage-wise, yes.
If we're really percentage-wise. So now, if Mark is getting this information from an eyewitness, Matthew would be an eyewitness. Luke claims he wasn't there, but he obviously interviews eyewitnesses.
Are you not going to address John?
John would be an eyewitness. So
why does
those traditional-
John mention Peter more than all of the other gospels?
percentage-wise,
Yeah.
based on his gospel, his stories about Peter are more. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna have to fact check that. But so if John is an eyewitness, they have 2 eyewitnesses. You have 2 people that are interviewing eyewitnesses.
Which is weird then that they conflict. Isn't it weird? So
So you would expect 4
Okay,
different
so-
eyewitness testimonies to have different accounts.
I would
right?
I would expect them not to contradict each other.
You would expect
So
them to
this
say
is the
all
problem
the
that you
exact same
have, right? Is the stories don't just tell different perspectives; they tell contradictory perspectives, right? So, for example, in the Gospel of John, after his
I know all
baptism, he does something completely different than he does in the other Gospels. In the Gospel of John, right after his baptism, he clears the temple. In the other Gospels, that's at the end of his ministry. We've got a lot of inconsistencies between John and the other Gospels.
Sure.
And
when
they don't
looking at
even agree
eyewitness-
on they don't even agree on like what time of day he died. So like these are things that if the gospel authors were eyewitness testimony, I would expect that these kind of mundane details would match up.
We would expect these mundane details probably to not line up.
I disagree.
If you look at eyewitness testimony, you're going to get way range of minor small details wrong. You're getting the core facts right.
But
even if you look at
did God inspire them to write contradictory stories?
It sure appears that they are written in human perspective. They could be inspired. It depends on what your view of inspired is.
Did God inspire them to write down contradictory details?
I'm just talking about looking at this from purely ancient historical standards. I'm not going to arbitrarily.
I'm aware, but if they're saying things that are contradictory, then one of them has to be wrong.
So let's just look at an example. So Suetonius and Tacitus, I know it's funny, but if we look at like ancient history, so like they look at who killed Julius Caesar or who murdered, and they have contradictory statements about minor details.
I'm sure they do.
According to your logic, we just don't know what happened to Caesar. We should just say we are completely agnostic. This didn't happen. This is clearly made up because they contradict on minor details.
But one of them is purporting to be from God. The writings of the Bible are purporting to be inspired by God, which means I would expect them to actually be true and not things that are untrue, right? So if they're actually not inspired by God, then I'm not going to treat them like they're inspired by God. I'm going to treat them like every other book from their time period that's telling mythology. When it talks about resurrecting people, when it talks about miracle working, I'm going to treat these stories the same way I treat the other stories saying the same stuff. Because if it's not from God, then it's just another mythological story.
Awesome. That is so good to hear. So you're going to treat these New Testament documents 1000% the exact same like you would anything else.
And what I'm saying is that you're not. You're the one being inconsistent because you don't believe that Aristeas rose from the dead. You don't believe that Vespasian healed a blind man by spitting on his hands and putting it in his eyes. You don't believe these other ancient accounts. You only believe this ancient account.
Yes, because I think the evidence points towards that. We have multiple independent early attestation that these events happened. You have multiple eyewitnesses.
Think we do.
Well, then you just do not know about ancient history and how it's done, because almost every atheist scholar, so most atheist scholars who are not Christians at all, will say these disciples, these people had various visions or very things that happened to them consciously in different areas, geographically, different time periods, that they think they really saw Jesus alive after he had died.
I don't know atheists who say that. The one you're probably referring to is part of this like minimal witnesses theory, which is right now kind of popular. But the idea that atheist historians believe that the disciples, meaning the 12 disciples, had visions, I don't think is something that's substantiated in history, especially not atheist history.
Okay, you're free to disagree with scholars who actually study New Testament history.
I'm not disagreeing with the New Testament scholars. You are.
Well, Gert Ludemann, Paula Fredrickson, John Dominic Crossing would disagree with you. There are ardent atheists that would say, hey, this Jesus guy existed. He was killed by the Romans.
I never said he didn't exist and wasn't killed by the Romans.
And then that various groups of people believed that they saw him alive after.
There you go. Yeah, there were groups of people that claimed that he was alive after his death. The claim that the disciples specifically were claiming that they witnessed his resurrection isn't something that they believe in. And even if they did believe it,
that's just factually incorrect.
Well, that's not factually incorrect. So the fact of the matter is we don't find in atheist history that they believe all of the disciples were convinced. These stories come from church history, which is just as dubious as the book itself.
Why do they disagree with you? Why do they disagree with you?
They don't. That's what I'm saying.
So you've done the research and read these books and know that Gert Ludemann, Paula Fredrickson, John Dominic Crossing. What I'm saying is you're mischaracterizing the arguments of these individuals. You're suggesting that they're making claims that the disciples as a whole, that they have all claimed to witness some sort of version of resurrection and then, base some sort of history on their claims of the resurrection. What I'm saying is I've read quite a few books on the resurrection, and this is not something that atheist historians agree on. In fact, they disagree greatly on whether or not there was one disciple who had a vision and relayed it to other disciples, or whether or not they had a mass hallucination, or whether or not, for example, the imposter theory has some merit. And that's personally the theory that I think happened. I think one person... This is the flat Earth.
I think one person. It's not. So I think it's not. So I think one person who looked like Jesus convinced one of his disciples that he resurrected from the dead, which accounts for why they don't recognize him after his death, even in the Gospels after his resurrection. And we have clear evidence from history that people were pretending to be resurrected from the dead by having imposters, sometimes on purpose, sometimes not on purpose.
So you were literally saying that the best explanation is Jesus had a twin or someone looked just like him. He went through a bloody execution. These disciples who knew Jesus were just so dumbfounded, so grief-stricken that when he popped up in these various locations, they said, hey, this guy is alive. Let's start a new religion. Let's go die for this. Let's, proclaim it. That's your theory.
We have historical precedent for this. This is what happened with Nero. Okay. In fact, there was a multiple imposters of Nero after his death, claiming to be the resurrected Nero. One of them so successful that they convinced the Parthians to go to war with the Romans, to march back into Rome and put him on the throne, being that he's now the resurrected, deified Nero. They went to war and got utterly annihilated. The rising from the dead imposters were pretty abundant in that time period.
So do you think the Jews thought that was what their Messiah was going to do?
No, this is actually one of the reasons why Christianity just simply isn't true, because the Jewish Messiah that is in the Hebrew Bible has nothing to do with Jesus. In fact, so if
they don't expect why would they?
In fact, all of the prophecies in the New Testament about Jesus half of them aren't even real prophecies. They're just fallacious, out of context quotations from the Old Testament. And the ones that are prophecies are cherry picked and ignore the actual context of the prophecy. And if you just read the entire prophecy, it's quite clear that he didn't actually fulfill them. Like a common one is Zechariah 9:9 when he rides the donkey into Jerusalem. That's quoted in Matthew 21. But if you just read Zechariah chapter 9, it's quite clear that it's an actual king who's going to deal with Israel's enemies, which Jesus never did.
Sure. So that's my whole point. So the Second Temple Judaism did not expect their Messiah to be a dying, rising Messiah.
Right.
They would not expect this at all. This was not a thing they at all.
Because the Old Testament said otherwise.
Hallucinations, things that prediction or having the expecting something is what usually tends people to believe in miracles and things like this that probably didn't happen.
Well, his disciples expected him to.
These early Jews had no expectation that their Messiah
the disciples
was going to die.
expected him to.
They definitely did not.
They certainly did, according to your own book.
The disciples thought that their Messiah was going to die and rise again.
Jesus says in the Gospels on multiple occasions that he must do it to fulfill what is in the Scriptures. Now, whether or not they accepted it at the time he said it is different than whether or not they accepted it after they were told that it happened. But you're actually running away from the point that I'm making, which is that the Messiah of the Old Testament is nothing like the Messiah of the New Testament. Jesus didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy. The New Testament's lying through their single ancient Near Eastern tooth.
Okay. We'll just move on from that. So I'll throw up one last thing. So 1 Corinthians 15.
Well, we're gonna read a passage.
Your thoughts on that?
My thoughts is I'm going to read you.
You really just want to hammer on stuff you're comfortable with. Okay, so let's go.
No, the problem is we talk about this nonsense over and over again, and it doesn't lead anywhere, right?
Well, you just, I know you probably have.
The creed is 1 Corinthians. Give me the creed. The creed is irrelevant. We're going to read from Jeremiah 31.
Why is it irrelevant?
Because we're still talking, you're running from prophecies, so we're going to read one, and I'm going to show to you, I brought up prophecies, and you're running from it. So in Jeremiah, it says something really interesting. Do you know what's happening in Jeremiah? Have you read all of it?
Sure. No, sir.
Okay. Do you know that Jeremiah predicted that the Israelites would go into captivity in Babylon and then come back after a period of 70 years and then get restored?
Sure.
Okay. You accept that is what Jeremiah said, though, right?
I'll take your word for it. I don't know my Old Testament super well, so
figured as much. In Jeremiah 31:15, it says, "Thus saith the Lord, a voice is heard in Ramah, lamentation and bitter weeping. Rachel is weeping for her children. She refused to be comforted for her children because they are no more. Thus saith the Lord, keep your voice from weeping and your eyes from tears, for there is a reward for your work, says the Lord. They shall come back from the land of the enemy. There is hope for your future, says the Lord. Your children shall come back to their own country." What do you think that's about?
I have no idea.
You can't just intuit what the words mean?
No idea.
What? Okay, well, Jeremiah's writing as they're being led away captive by the Babylonians, and he's saying it's okay. They're going to come back from the land of the enemy. They're going to come back to their own country. What do you think that means?
It looks like children are going to come back to their own country.
Yeah, because he predicted it like 5 times over the course of the book. Okay, so it's pretty clear that Jer is making a prediction about what's going to happen to the Israelites being carried away into captivity, right?
Sure.
Is there a good reason why I would think that this is about anything but that?
I have no idea. I haven't studied this, but I'm just going to take your word for it for now.
Sure. Well, the problem is if you go to Matthew is completely lying to the audience, suggesting that this prophecy was actually about the children that were executed in and around Bethlehem. It says, then what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah was fulfilled. A voice was heard in Ramah, wailing in loud lamentation, Rachel weeping for her children. She refused to be consoled because they are no more. That's not what the prophecy is about. The prophecy is not about a bunch of kids being murdered in Bethlehem at the time of the Messiah.
These Christians clearly interpreted these things differently than the Jews did before. That doesn't need to do with what I'm talking about.
They say we can ignore the context, we can ignore the actual prediction of the prophecy, and just say it means whatever we need it to mean.
Well, if Jesus rose from the dead, they're actually looking at these prophecies from a different lens than what Jews classically thought their Messiah was going to do.
It doesn't fix the problem. It doesn't make the meaning of the prophecy any different than what the actual meaning of the prophecy is. And see, you've got the cart before the horse. You're saying that
take it up with Matthew.
You're saying that because Jesus rose from the dead, we should accept these bad hermeneutics laid out in the New Testament. But I say it's the opposite. Because the New Testament couldn't even use proper hermeneutics, I'm sure as hell not going to believe that Jesus rose from the dead. The same person who
apply the same standards across the board.
The same person who can't read Jeremiah and tell you what it's actually about, I'm not going to believe when they say that a person rose from the dead. Is clearly not what he was saying. He wasn't talking about the children in Bethlehem.
Cool. So so 1 Corinthians 15, what's your beef with that?
He wants to run from all my talking points so bad.
I know these are your talking points.
Just let me put my tail between my legs and run away from all of your talking points that I have no actual answer for.
I didn't bring up prophecy at all.
I did.
I did.
And
you did.
As it turns out, listen, I don't know if you know this.
If you're right,
I don't know if you know this, but you're on my live stream. Sometimes I'm allowed to talk about a topic that I want to talk about on my live stream, which is why I brought up the topic of prophecies, because I let you go down a meandering conversation that everybody in my audience has heard 4,000 times. It doesn't actually go anywhere. And now I'm going to demonstrate to you why I don't believe that Jesus resurrected from the dead. And point number 1 is because the people claiming that he resurrected from the dead are making comparable claims to other people in history who we don't believe resurrection from the dead. Point number 2 is that they're making other outlandish claims, like Jesus fulfilling prophecies that aren't actually prophecies about Jesus. And because these people are making outlandish claims that I don't believe to be true, I'm sure as hell not going to believe it when they say a guy rose from the dead.
Okay. I think that we just disagree on that. I think the evidence...
There's no evidence.
It is hilarious. Yeah. So the evidence is we have early independent attestation, eyewitness testimony.
We don't.
You have various. So you don't think 1 Corinthians 15 is not an early independent attestation for Jesus at all?
It's an independent attestation that some people told Paul something and Paul believed it.
But you just said we don't have any.
It's independent verification that Paul knew people.
So we do have independent. Okay. Right,
that
cool.
Paul. I didn't say that. Listen carefully. I'm saying Paul knew people that believed something. That's all that's evidence for.
Where do you think Paul got this information from?
Well, shit. If he told us, we'd know.
So we have no idea. Do you think atheist scholars have any idea?
Clearly, Paul got it from Christians.
Do you think atheist scholars have any idea?
I don't think it's a confusing thing to believe that Paul is repeating something that he's heard from other Christians, especially because Christians existed before Paul was a Christian, which is why he had to go and have a meeting with the disciples And then we get a delightful little sequence in Acts chapter 15, and then subsequently on his second missionary journey when he writes to the Corinthian church, completely contradicts what happened in Acts chapter 15. So, yeah, listen.
Before we move on,
Paul was clearly.
So you're saying that.
Paul was clearly.
So I know you want to move on, but before we move,
Paul was clearly in dialogue with the Christians that came before him, and those Christians that came before him clearly believed things. And I agree, there were Christians before Paul who believed things.
So you made the claim that there's zero independent early attestation for Jesus Christ.
Eyewitness attestation.
Oh, I didn't. I missed the.
Those were your words, not mine.
So you're saying we don't have any independent eyewitness testimony, not even one shred of it.
We've got the same testimony that we've got for all the other resurrection miracle claims. We've got people.
So we do. We have automatic congruence for all these other testimonies. We have archaeological evidence for the others' testimony.
So yes, we have all of those things. So what we have are testimonies of people claiming to know somebody who did a thing. And then we've got testimony firsthand of people being healed. We've got hundreds of testimonies of people being healed by the god Asclepius at one of the various Asclepii. Just not a problem. Again, claims of resurrection and healing from this time period are abundant. We've got lots of it. So again, I'm not going to treat the Bible any differently than I would treat any other text from the time period. You're the one special pleading for the Bible, saying, no. It's not like the writings of Tacitus or Suetonius. It's not like the writings of Herodotus. It's not like the writings in the Talmud. No. This is special. Don't believe the miracles in Tacitus and Suetonius. Don't believe the miracles in the Talmud. Don't believe the miracles or the resurrections in Herodotus. But this miracle story, you got to believe this one.
So what miracle claim outside of the New Testament? Well, you mentioned one of them, a resurrecting God.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them. Which one do you want?
Just give me one.
Alcestis.
So does Alcestis have eyewitness testimony of his resurrection?
Yeah, Alcestis does. Also,
before we move on,
Calero does. Almoxis does. Aristius does.
Alcestis, real quick, before we move on. So what's the eyewitness testimony for Alcestis?
You can read about the eyewitnesses in Epiphanes, if I remember correctly.
So Epiphanes is conveying what eyewitnesses saw this deity rise again.
Oh, so I don't think Alcestis is not a deity.
Okay, so they claim that Alcestis rose from the dead. We have independent eyewitness testimony, especially multiple independent attestation that this guy rose from the dead.
We have at least two of them, and when it comes to other resurrection accounts, like the ones from Aristius, we've got like 4 or 5. We've got for the resurrection of Aristius, we've got Herodotus, we've got Pliny, we've got Plutarch, and Origen isn't confirming it.
But he's
denying
these are eyewitnesses.
I didn't say that they are the eyewitnesses. They're describing what the eyewitnesses saw. The same way that the Gospels are describing what the eyewitnesses saw. So again, I'm saying that the witness testimony that we have in the Gospels, we have comparable witness testimony to other events. The Gospels, again, I don't believe are eyewitness testimonies. They're not saying, here's exactly what I saw. They're relaying somebody else's vision or somebody else's story. Same thing with
Luke
same
is
thing
clearly
with the writings of the Roman and Greek historians.
Luke is clearly doing that. He says it bluntly.
And so is Mark.
Mark does not say that bluntly. He doesn't say that at all.
Well, is Mark writing for Peter, or was he an eyewitness?
I'm just saying in his text.
Was Mark an eyewitness?
No, he clearly wasn't.
Okay, so then he's not an early eyewitness attestation, is he?
Yeah, I'm saying he does not say it as explicitly as Luke does. Luke is saying, hey, I'm getting this information from eyewitnesses. I think the evidence points towards he is getting this stuff from eyewitnesses. You don't have to believe it, but it sure seems like he is.
That's what I said. I said the resurrection accounts of these other people who did miracles and resurrected are people collecting testimony of the actual eyewitnesses.
And these testimonies within just the living memory of them, and they're multiple independent attested. Because I have looked at some of this stuff and it doesn't even look close to the evidence of the New Testament.
Well, I disagree. I think when we look at like Pliny's Natural History and Herodotus, they're writing what they think are true stories. They're not making stuff up. They're not doing mythologies. They're writing actual like histories.
Sure. There's a reason why Antony Flew, when he was an atheist, said that the miracle claims of Jesus rising from the dead completely outweigh any miracle claims of any other religion.
Well, I would disagree.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to go with the scholars and the people who actually study this and who what they go with and say, yeah, these Jews did not get their information from other dying and rising messiahs. This is clearly,
well, I would certainly disagree with those concepts. And there's lots of scholars who certainly believe that the Gospels were shaped after the mythologies of their time period.
I want your audience to know, if you go into a university and talk to a New Testament scholar or historian,
I did.
They're not going to believe what you're saying.
I don't know if you know this, Saucy. I already did. I went to Bible college and seminary, which is why when you classify biblical scholarship in one particular light, I know that you're only using scholars that you think agree with your position, but there are lots of scholars
I mentioned
who disagree with your particular position.
I mentioned several that were atheists. I don't think I've mentioned one biblical scholar that's a Christian.
But you're referencing the material that you think agrees with you. Whether or not they're atheists or not is irrelevant, right? What you're saying is, I like what these particular scholars say, and therefore I'm going to utilize their material. Now, you think it's more powerful material because they're atheists. I don't think that matters to me. I'm willing to accept
the evidence is so strong that
I'm willing to accept I'm willing to accept scholarship from Christians. I don't think it matters if the scholarship comes from a Christian or a non-Christian. I think scholarship is scholarship. So I don't believe that saying, well, atheist scholars say something is a more powerful argument than saying Christian scholars, right? I'm just looking at
I could give you Christian scholars that disagree with you. I'm sure you wouldn't care.
I'm sure. And there are dozens and dozens of scholars that would disagree with your position and say no, that the New Testament manuscripts are just like the other mythologies of its time period, or even just like the other biographies of its time period. For example, the writings of Herodotus. Herodotus records lots of miracles and even the resurrection of Aristeas. But I don't believe that Aristeas resurrected from the dead, and neither do you.
But that is not multiply independently attested by other different writers.
It is.
Okay. So it is. So who else besides Herodotus mentions this?
Pliny the Elder,
and he says he's talking to eyewitnesses, and he was an eyewitness.
Apollonius and Plutarch all refer to the resurrection of Aristeas. And in those histories, you'll find that, yes, they are relaying the testimony of other people who were making the actual reports. It says, it is reported that Aristeas, the Proconetian, that at the very time of his death in a fuller's shop in Proconnesus, many saw him in Sicily teaching. This kind of thing happened often. The Gospels are not unique.
Okay. I will look up and see if the evidence is comparable of the same amount of multiply independent early attestation of the Gospels that we'd see outside the Gospels as well to Aristeas, and see if they are exactly apples to apples. Because it sounds like you're saying the evidence for Aristeas is exactly the same as Jesus Christ.
I didn't say it's exactly the same. I'm saying it's comparable, which is one of the reasons why I don't believe that Aristeas rose from the dead, and I don't believe that Jesus rose from the dead. And we've got lots of evidence from the ancient world that people were fond of pretending to be resurrected individuals. And this is obviously something that could have happened easily to Jesus's followers, because we know it happened to other people in other religions.
So I'm guessing you think that maybe one person had a vision and then just told other people.
No.
And what's your naturalistic theory that fits the data?
I already told you. There was an imposter that pretended to be the resurrected Jesus, the same way we see also in the ancient history of the time period. We have got lots of people.
Can you name a couple scholars that agree with you on that?
I'm sure I could. So almost every New Testament scholar agrees in the Nero Redivivus legend that
No, I'm talking about Jesus Christ.
That accounts for the vision, right? That some people are talking about right now. So the minimum witnesses argument right now is resting on like a mystical vision, right? So, for example, like certain scholars would agree that maybe this could account for it, but there are a lot of scholars that are willing to tell you, and they will admit in most of their commentaries, especially on the Book of Revelation, like Kester and Josephine Ford and others, that the idea that people in the first century or around that time period had imposters pretending to be resurrected people, specifically Nero in this particular case, was common.
So what scholars say that Jesus Christ, that it fits for Jesus Christ is that he had an imposter?
Oh, I have no idea. I've never surveyed the literature.
You have one?
I never surveyed the literature on whether or not
you have one.
I never surveyed the literature on whether or not scholars believe there was an imposter. All I can tell you is that I have surveyed. All I can say is I have surveyed the ancient literature, and in the ancient literature there is an abundance of examples of people that. Is
this why you left Christianity?
There was no, I left Christianity because it's not true. There's an abundance.
Well, no, you're saying it's not true because you have a hunch.
Well, it's not true because Jesus didn't fulfill any of the messianic prophecies.
But so you're saying because of that, and then you have a hunch that an imposter came. All of this is just completely made up.
No, I'm saying that the evidence that I have in front of me is that the gospel authors. No, I said evidence. The evidence that I have in front of me is that the gospel authors fundamentally couldn't read or interpret the Hebrew Bible. They misapplied it on purpose to fit Jesus. They did the sharpshooter fallacy, all because they couldn't let go of the fact that their chosen Messiah died, rather than doing what the prophecies actually predicted he would be doing. And the evidence. So
why would they claim that?
And the evidence that he rose from the dead, to me, is not compelling, because there's lots of evidence of people rising from. Why did they claim? Because there's lots of people rising from the dead in the first century. I don't believe that any of those people rose from the dead, and I certainly don't believe that Jesus rose from the dead. And if Jesus was God, he'd be smart enough to know that if he rose from the dead, he shouldn't have disappeared after a period of 40 days, sometimes longer, depending on which gospel you're reading or which part of the text you're reading. He shouldn't have disappeared. He should have actually stuck around. And he didn't do that. The reason why these resurrected figures always disappear in the history is because they didn't actually resurrect.
So why do you think these early Jews made this up?
I don't think they were early Jews. The earliest Christians, for the most part, seem to be non-Jews, which is why the Gospels are.
You don't think Peter?
Which is why the Gospels are openly hostile.
Matthew wasn't a Jew
towards the Jewish people, and again, I have no evidence that
Paul wasn't a Jew.
I have no evidence.
Where do you get this stuff from?
I have no evidence of the claims that these disciples made. We don't have their testimonies. They didn't leave us their testimonies. We don't
have their test. We have no idea what Paul thought or Peter thought.
We know what
James thought.
We know what Paul thought because he wrote letters. If the disciples,
we don't know what Matthew thought.
If the disciples,
or Mark thought,
we don't know.
Luke,
we don't know who
John,
wrote Matthew. That's
James.
what I'm saying. No, we don't.
We have no clue. Okay, all right. So it just sounds
until you could establish the authorship of the Gospels, you don't know what Matthew.
Well, we have more external attributions than earlier attributions.
You certainly don't.
We have internal evidence.
So until you can establish that Matthew wrote Matthew, you don't know what Matthew thinks. Until you can establish that Luke wrote Luke, you don't know what Luke thinks, right? So what we know is
let's look at the evidence for Luke.
So what we know is that Luke doesn't appear to be Jewish. Mark could be Jewish. We don't know.
Luke isn't a Jew.
John is clearly openly hostile towards the Jews. Matthew is openly hostile for the Jews. And the way that they're using, both in John and in Matthew, the way that they're using the Old Testament is incongruent with how interpreting texts are actually to be used. Like, you don't get to go to a random psalm and say, this psalm is a prophecy because I like what it says and it validates my position, therefore it's just a prophecy. That's not how that works. This is a sharpshooter fallacy.
Why can that be the case? Why couldn't they, when Jesus cries Psalm 22, why couldn't they say, hey, this is a double prophecy?
It's not.
David is talking about his situation, but it clearly looks like he's talking about crucifixion. Why couldn't the new Christian movement just said, hey, look, this seems like it's a prophecy, we're going to quote it? It doesn't mean it's true or false. It's just I think what you're
they're welcome to do that, but then they would be wrong. The minute you tell me that there's prophecies that are completely disconnected from the original context of the text, then I can make the text say anything. I can make the entire Old Testament predict my coming. As long as I get to ignore the context, as long as I get to ignore the genre, I can make the Old Testament say anything I want it to.
Sure. Okay.
This is why
I don't think this is like at all.
When I was in seminary, I literally had a professor that said, if you turn in an exegesis paper that uses the same level of exegesis that the New Testament authors use with the Old Testament, you'll get an F. Because the Old Testament wasn't exegeted properly. What they did is they stripped it of its context, they stripped it of its original meaning. They said, no, now it has a new meaning, and we're going to tell you what that new meaning is. Well, congratulations, I can do the same thing. I can strip the Old Testament away from its context, and I can tell you that it's about me.
That means
I rode a donkey. Am I the Messiah?
Jesus Christ rose from the dead. You would just have a beef with how they interpreted Old Testament texts.
No, I'm saying the people that are lying to me about the Old Testament, I'm not going to believe that the resurrection happened, because the people that were lying about the Old Testament are not telling the truth about the resurrection either.
So I don't know if you need to go, but Luke. So Luke was not a Jew. I don't claim he was a Jew. We know he's a Greek. You know he's a convert to Christianity. Yeah. He's extremely smart. Even atheists or secular historians will say he's a crazy smart historian. He gets all these titles right. There's sailing times right. He seems like he's an eyewitness. Why would you discount him? Sorry, I got a phone call.
Eyewitness to what?
He is clearly interviewing eyewitnesses, and he's also in Acts.
Who?
He's clearly an eyewitness.
Who's he interviewed?
It looks like he's interviewing people in his gospel.
Right, yeah. He's taking somebody else's testimony. We don't know who it is.
Sure. Yeah, we don't know who it is, but it seems like with the data we do have of the sayings that he's using, the archaeology he's talking about, the titles he's using, that this is coming from early Jerusalem, Palestine region. So I don't know why. It just means like he is likely talking to eyewitnesses that were alive during the life of Jesus.
No, that's not the case, because Herodotus was clearly talking to people that were alive who knew the archaeology and geography of the period of Proconnesus, but you don't believe that Aristeas of Proconnesus rose from the dead either.
But
so the fact that a historian is able to... The fact that...
You made the claim that there's zero eyewitnesses.
The fact that a historian is capable of identifying people, places, and things from the time period of the text that they're writing from has no bearing on whether or not the supernatural stuff in the text happened.
Well, you made the claim that there's zero eyewitness testimony, right?
What I'm saying is what we have is not eyewitness testimony. Luke wasn't an eyewitness.
So you don't think he actually interviewed eyewitnesses?
I didn't say that. I said Luke is not an eyewitness. I don't know how many times I have to say this. Just like the writings of Herodotus, Herodotus is not an eyewitness to Aristeas rising from the dead. He's talking to other people who claim to have witnessed these things.
And he
so in the same manner that Aristeas is collecting other people's testimonies, the gospel, like we're talking about Luke, is collecting other people's testimony. That means Herodotus is not an eyewitness to Aristeas, and Luke is not a witness to Jesus' resurrection. That's why they're comparable. They're doing the same thing. So if you reject the resurrection of Aristeas, you should reject the resurrection of Jesus.
Okay, so I'm gonna go on a limb and say that your evidence for Aristeas is quite different than the
what's different
multiple
about it?
Independent attestations. I have no idea.
So you have no idea how it's different. You just know it's different.
I have no idea, but just from what you're talking about and what I'm hearing from you, it sounds like I'm not going to take your word on it. I'm going to go have to research it, because you don't even know how ancient history's like done. So
I do.
But you made the claim that there's zero eyewitness testimony in the Gospels. We have no clue who wrote them.
No, I said the Gospels are not eyewitness testimony because the Gospel authors aren't eyewitnesses. I never said that the Gospel authors weren't talking to people who were probably there. I told you that whoever wrote John, the two different authors or multiple authors that are identified in chapter 21, could be recording the testimony of John. John theoretically would have been an eyewitness. I didn't say that there's not a single eyewitness testimony contained in the Gospels.
That's an eyewitness testimony.
It's not an eyewitness testimony. What I'm saying is the Gospel authors are not eyewitness testimony. They're second-hand information the same way that Aristeas is being told through second-hand sources.
And your whole argument hinges on this one thing being true. I'm gonna have to look this
It actually
up
doesn't hinge on this
the
being
evidence. True. It seems like it. So the evidence has to be exactly the same, is what it sounds like.
That's not at all what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we have in history multiple accounts of people rising from the dead, and many of them read just like the Gospels. And we don't believe that those people rose from the dead, so I don't believe that Jesus rose from the dead. And again, believing that he rose from the dead doesn't fix the problem that the Gospel authors are straight up lying to you about what the Old Testament says.
So it sounds like that's the big one for you. The fact that these early Jews, Christians, Greeks looked at these Old Testament texts, reinterpret them to fit what they thought they saw Jesus rise from the dead.
I literally told you that.
The only reason why does not make any sense.
No,
it's just crazy that these early Jews.
It's crazy how I've said it 5 times and you weren't listening a single time.
This is pretty weak.
So I'll say it again for the last time, since you weren't listening the first time and you weren't listening the second time.
I listened.
What I'm saying is that the Gospel authors are comparable to other resurrection and miracle accounts. They're not special. They're comparable to other accounts. Number 2, what they say is simply untrue. Whenever they make claims about the Hebrew Bible, they're making claims that are simply untrue. So I've got a book that looks a lot like other books from its time period, making claims very similar to other claims from the time period, and making other claims that are simply not true. Therefore, I'm not inclined to believe that this book or these collections of books are saying things that are true when it gives me supernatural claims like people rising from the dead. It's very easy, and it seems like you're just like unwilling to actually listen to my argument, which is why like right now your teacup's not even listening. All right, well, listen. You've been unbearable, and I'm about to run out of time, so I'm just going to send you back to the Shadow Realm so you can cope on the not actual history of the Gospels. And with that, guys, I'm going to read some Super Chats before I run out of time on the stream. Thank you for everybody who sent Super Chats. I'm going to get to all of them. I love you guys. Maestro says, get rid of this guy, losing the room. Yeah, actually. I should have got rid of him a long time ago. I'm with you, actually. You're referring to the Philbro. Yeah, both of them are unbearable. Matt says gobblefart is actually a synonym for Philbroing. I don't disagree with you, actually. I think gobblefart is a good word, and it's a good word to describe what Philbros are doing, 100%. And Design, thank you so much for the super chat, says religion, quotes scripture incessantly. Also religion, words don't mean words. Every time. It's always words don't mean words. That's all there is to it. And also Space Lord says, maybe the issue is that they forget the other omni properties when considering one property, can't consider them at the same time. Well, I think that's kind of what happens. I agree with a lot of these paradoxes of the God concepts, is they need to invent a property of God to fix one problem, and they're not realizing that they're creating a second problem when they're putting the Band-Aid on it, right? So it's just one of those things. And Fosco says, there is no way a doctored theologian is unfamiliar with the omni-God arguments. Fosco, so I mean, I agree with you. It's weird to me that like he's treating the omni paradox like, oh, it's just been solved. It's not. It's not been solved, which is why he didn't want to actually address it. And Joe says, behold, the pretzel philosopher, also words have meanings. Well, thank you for the super chat. And I agree. If we know anything about the Bible, that the Christians who read it don't believe that words have meanings, but we do here. We believe that words have meanings. And Asian says, confused, being confused, therefore God. That's kind of the God argument. I should have brought it up when I was talking to Derek. Derek was basically doing a God of the gaps. Phil Bros hate it when I call it a God of the gaps. They don't like that, but that's what it is. And CA says he means all in... He means all AWL instead of all ALL. God is just a tool. Listen, this is an amazing play on words, and I actually agree with you. I think that God is an all-powerful entity, or an all entity, AWL, and is in fact just a tool. A tool for mental manipulation and placebo effect. Also, Larry, thank you for gifting out 5 DZ memberships. Super appreciate that, friend. We also have memberships open now. on our Patreon. If you go to my profile or the links in the description, you'll find our Patreon. And we've got merch finally available on the YouTube stream. Meditate says religion causes slow braindation. Slow braindation. For like a half a second, I thought you were going to say detonation. That's not what you're saying. But yeah, religion does slow some things down. There's been some scientific studies that suggest that people who believe in religions are more likely to believe in other fanciful concepts that have no basis in reality, because you're primed to think of things, and you're more primed to believe conspiracy theories too. Fosco says, fake degree precept nonsense. Please move on. Well, it was, but listen, Derek was nice to me, and I wanted to be nice to him. And Bill says, this dude needs to watch some Dr. Alex Malpass. I actually don't know Alex Malpass's material, but I'd love to get a hold of it and take a look. And Aaron, my friend, Fellow Dragon, welcome so much to the stream. Thank you for gifting out 20 DZ memberships. Big W, Aaron. Super appreciate that. Great to see you, as always, my friend. And Gluco says, Dr. Empty Assertions doesn't back anything up. He needs to be saved. Praise Doug. Well, that seems to be the case. And that's what happens with the Philbro discussions, is they really expect me to accept their premises without evidence, and I just don't do it. Space Lord says, a triomni God could achieve all without suffering. That was kind of my point, and I think he got it eventually. If he's triomni, he can do the shit without the suffering. He just chooses not to, which means he's not triomni. And Design says the invisible being used to live in that cloud right there, but we looked, so he moved to live next to the Big Bang. You pretty much nailed it, Design, and I say this a lot. In the early days, God was right over there. They're in the forest. They were on the mountains, and then they were in the skies. And then we explored the mountains and the forest and the skies, and there were no gods there, so we had to keep pushing. No, he's on the other side of the firmament. Then we could see outer space. We're like, shit, there's no firmament or God. So now he's immaterial. He's completely unfalsifiable and undetectable. Frey says, thank you for the super chat, by the way. It says, 1, every action equals opposite reaction. 2, universe expanded since singularity. 3, contraction equals opposite reaction. 4, contraction leads to a new singularity. Conclusion, no infinite regression needed. Why not? Well, I mean, I agree with you that what we're experiencing is like a form of Newtonian physics, where we've got an endless chain of causation that ends in infinite big bangs and big crunches. But in order for this to be possible, it seems like an infinite regress of time, space, and matter is necessary. So, I mean, I'm willing to accept it. Design says, you're trying to get me to say no. We're trying to get you to think. Yeah. We're not trying to get gotcha moments. We're trying to get people to consider the ramifications of their words. The gotcha moments are just a natural byproduct of making those realizations. And Bay says, which one will be solved first, the problem of evil or natural biogenesis? You mean abiogenesis? I think the problem of abiogenesis is nearly solved at this point through laboratory experimentation. So I'm definitely going to go with that. And helping Mega deconstruct this, doctor spent too much money for his lack of education. Listen, he's probably really smart. I looked at his CV. He went to real schools. It's just that he's looking through the theistic glasses and he's interpreting everything through the theistic glasses. I used to do it too. Larry says, thank you for the 666. McAllister converted me to Dougism. Praise be the rock. And thank you so much, Larry, for letting us all know that we have now pushed you further and further into the one true religion. And Joey, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, what type of music do you like most? And if we took a ride somewhere, what song would come on? Hail Doug. I love like Leonard Skinner and a lot of the 70s rock. Big fan of that stuff. I like the folk music too. Big fan of like Tom Petty, Jim Croce, a lot of characters like that were pretty awesome. Dexter sending out 5 DZ memberships on DZ debates. Big W Dex, totally appreciate it, my friend. And Shifty, thank you for the $9.99, says, is accidentally waving back at someone who was waving at someone else written on our heart like a moral law? That seems like a common experience in the same way they argue for morality. Interesting. Accidentally waving back at someone who was. I may not fully understand the nature of the question, but I don't believe it's written on our hearts. I think, for the most part, our brains are computational computers that are just making decisions based on the inputs. Now, whether or not we control those decisions, sometimes I'm unsure. I've had a discussion before about whether or not we actually have free will. I don't know if we do. It's certainly something that's worth exploring. I just don't think it matters for the God debate. Christopher says, no one plays chess on small table by a bookshelf. Wait, what? No one plays oh, yeah, his background. So I've looked at his videos before. I don't know if it's true, if his background is a green screen, but it kind of feels like a green screen. If it's not a green screen, I love his office. It's a great office. If it is a green screen, at least he chose one that looks realistic, but sad that he's using a green screen office. Kyle, thank you for the super chat, though. He says, would you say that it's a contradiction for Jesus to say, blessed are the merciful, for they shall be shown mercy, then to say, God will only have mercy on those whom he chooses to have mercy? So actually, that is kind of a contradiction. Like, the Bible over and over again tells you that, like, you have to choose, you have to do this thing. And then if you do this thing, you get rewarded for it. But then in the same breath is telling you that, no, you can only do this if God enables or causes you to do it. Well, shit, what is it? Am I choosing to do this, or is God choosing for me? Bible can't figure it out. Visible, thank you for the super chat. Says, hey, Justin, tuning in from Scotland. Well, Big W from Scotland, and says, recently found your channel and have been binging ever since. Keep up the good work, and thank God I'm an atheist. Well, Big W for being here. Thank you so much for supporting the channel and the super chat. I really appreciate that. And hopefully we're doing you proud. We probably related. I got some Scottish blood. AG, thank you so much for the rainbows. Good to see you, friend. And Apostate Chess, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, how about that contradiction between Deuteronomy 23:1 and Isaiah 56:4-7? Can I shout my channel here? It's my name, if I may. You can, Apostate Chess. You can shout the name of your channel. And you're right, there is a contradiction in Deuteronomy 23, because God in Deuteronomy 23 is not omnipresent. In Deuteronomy 23, God is quite literally he walks among the people, and he can't see anything indecent among them. But there's another contradiction, which we'll pull up, that you're alluding to, which is in verse 1. 1 second. Where it says, no one whose testicles are crushed or whose pee-pee is cut off shall come into the assembly of the Lord. And what you're suggesting is that Isaiah 56 is a contradiction to this particular concept. 4-7. Says, thus saith the Lord to the eunuchs who keep my Sabbath. Oh, there you go, eunuchs. That's actually a really good contradiction that I never did put on the cheat sheet. That God is going to accept the eunuchs, but he, in Deuteronomy, now you could say, well, in Deuteronomy 23, it's only for the time period where they're in the desert, like doing war. Like, you could make that argumentation saying, no, this is a temporary situation. He didn't mean at all points in time. But then again, he did say to follow the law forever. So shit, I'm going to add that one to the DZ contradiction list. I like that one. It's not often that somebody brings up a contradiction that is not on the list. Let's see. But here we go. We got one. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Big W. Ross says the only part of Jesus's body that didn't ascend to heaven was his foreskin, so that it must be what the sacrament was made of. Oh shit. Yeah, I mean, there's a theory that it's like the rings of Saturn. So there's that. Marcus, Big W, thank you so much for the $100 super chat. Thank you so much for the support. That's huge, Marcus. Thank you. Says, random question. I thought I heard you say on a stream once that you play video games. I'm sorry, I don't. If that's true, have you played or heard of Blasphemous? I would love to hear about it now. It says, it's a Metroidvania. I don't know what that means. I apologize. That is heavy with Spanish Catholic folklore. Now I kind of want to play it. If you like challenging games, it and its sequel are phenomenal. Well, I haven't played it, but for the purpose of these discussions, I certainly would like to at least hear about it. Blasphemous game. I'm gonna check it out, and I'll let you know what I find. Thank you for the recommendation, and thank you so much for supporting the channel with the $99 $100 super chat. Big W, friends. Space Lord says, spirits, we have instruments far more sensitive and accurate than our senses. They don't find spirits. If you can, then you're detecting the impossible. Actually, you can collect a prize. If you think you can detect spirits, go ahead and collect your prize and prove that spirit realm exists. People are waiting for it. Cryptic Peptide, great name. Thank you for the 666. Says, I retract my embarrassing statement regarding theory versus hypothesis. Oh no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to embarrass you. It says, holy prophet of Doug, O bearded luminary, how can I repent? Self-flagellation, okay. All you have to do to repent is get stoned for Doug. That's it. You don't have to flagellate or anything like that. But don't worry. Listen, it happens to all of us. And Lay says, Giratina, Gialga, and Palkia are god. Oh, they're Pokemon gods. I didn't know that. I didn't know Pokemon had gods. You might just be referring to normal Pokemon, but I don't know much Pokemon lore. I'm sorry. Milan, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, the more educated an apologist becomes, the more they rely on philosophical rather than biblical arguments. So this is actually my point. I agree with you. The ones that go really deep into philosophical education, especially in religion, they haven't advanced the arguments at all. They haven't. All they've done is they've overcomplicated them and added more verbiage that nobody understands. They haven't advanced the argument one bit. And Git says, physicalism or materialism has nothing to do with atheism, given emergence, strong or weak things like concepts or love can exist even if you are a physicalist. Please stop watching Jim Bob. Actually, I don't watch Jim Bob because I think philosophy is boring, but this does sound like the type of thing Jim Bob would say. And they have to, because inherent in the transcendental argument is that these transcendental things must exist. And Marcus coming in again says, also, it is my pleasure to make the Magic the Gathering card my profile picture. I laughed so hard when I saw it that I teared up. Well, thank you so much. I was hoping somebody would appreciate my work. You can find it in the shop on my YouTube. I've got a Magic the Gathering card sticker that you can put all over the place. And Space Lord says, Munchausen trilemma, inescapable for all epistemic systems. Guy is way too certain. I don't know what any of those words mean, but trust me, Space Lord, I believe that you do. And when these Philbro types come up here, sometimes it'd be nice to be able to cook them with this nonsense word salad, but I just don't have the attention span for it. Jotson Tittles, great name. Thank you for the super chat. It says, still watching Dr. Derek. It's fascinating that PhDs have the same weak arguments as every other Christian. So I've been saying this for a long time. If you have a PhD, you don't have any better arguments. Your arguments are not any better. All you have is fancier words. That's it. And Helping Maga says, Philbro equals can't defend my holy book and faith. That's basically it. Yeah, I want to talk about the God of philosophy, not the God of the book. And Morpheus, good to see you, my friend. He says, why do we need logic, rational to prove God? Well, I think that's the only way we can prove God, right? I think you're asking for the guess, though. Can you use rationality and logic to prove God? I don't think so, because I don't think they exist transcendentally. And Iceman, thank you for sending out a DZ membership. And Marcus, thank you for sending out 5 DZ memberships. Super appreciate that. And also Lords, thank you for sending out a membership. Super appreciate that, friends. The memberships are what keep this channel alive. It's the backbone of the channel. And Nano says, DZ is Christianity's end boss. Thanks for sharing the results of your years of study. Well, thank you so much for the $19.99. And I don't know if I'm the final boss. I feel like there are a lot of great people in this space. But I'm determined to take what I learned in school and to put it into practice to try to find a way to make the world a better place. That's all there is to it. I'm going to grab as many super chats as possible. I'm going to grab some of the big ones because I'm very shortly going to be running out of time because that last conversation went short. I apologize if I miss a couple super chats. My summer schedule is just really difficult to fit everything in. I have a huge announcement coming in like 2 weeks, though, that is going to fix that, by the way. I'll have lots of time. But for now, unfortunately, I have a hard cutoff at 5 o'clock. That's when my babysitter has to leave. She's here till 5, and then my son and I are going to go do father-son stuff. John the Baptist, thank you so much for the super chat, says, if God is all powerful, then why does he insist on playing cosmic hide and seek instead of revealing himself and putting an end to countless wars in his name? It just doesn't make logical sense. I'm with you. So if the God, like if he does want things to be this way, if it's not an accident, then he seems to be evil. Like there's no reason why you would invent everything the way that it is now without it being evil. And I am the cheese. Thank you so much for the $49.99 super chat. Big W, some W's for cheese. Says, when people step outside of ancient Near East, you will find thousands of people in India, Africa, Far East, etc., making claims of supernatural today that isn't the Christian God. The guy who founded Fulan Dafa is alive now and can fly and heal. Yeah. So when I was in school, I learned about a lot of Eastern mysticism and people that are alive today that are doing like faith healings and different things like that. These are not claims that are anywhere unique to Christianity whatsoever. Kyle, thank you so much again for the super chat. It says, do super chats disappear if not looked at for a period of time? They used to. I have a new system now that does save them. So I can scroll back as long as I'm keeping track of them and grab them. Good question, though. And Infinity says, Christians love bringing up Bar Ehrman about the historicity of Jesus until you bring up the fact that he thinks most characters in the Bible are fictional, like Moses. Then he's a big meaning. So that's actually a really good point, is they're willing to accept some historical claims, but not others. If Moses didn't exist, that means Jesus was wrong about Moses. And if Jesus was wrong about Moses, that means Jesus wasn't God. Simple deduction. Shifty, thank you also for another super chat. Says the idea was that theists claim common experiences as supernatural, like being repulsed by atrocities, but we also get embarrassed in the same ways, but that's not claimed as supernatural. So that's actually a really good point. And animals too. Animals are subject to it, right? There are animals that experience embarrassment, have senses of morality, yet by the same token, we don't attribute them spirits or anything like that. And Burrito says, some philosophers argue the idea of a perfect, all-knowing, all-powerful being is logically self-contradictory, so the whole idea might not be just unprovable, but meaningless. So, Deep Burrito, you're 100% right, and I actually know a couple Christians on TikTok that I've talked to that don't believe in the Omni-God. You can believe in the Bible God without believing in an Omni-God. I don't know if people know that. Like, the Omni-God is a God of philosophy. It's not a God of the Bible. And Kembes says, caller loading up a words don't mean words excuse. Listen, that's all they have. It's always words don't mean words. That's just the best. That's all they can do. And Budolino says, so an infinite regress seems counterintuitive to Dr. McAllister, but something existing and thinking without time doesn't. Praise Doug and his amazing haze. Yes. Again, we're going back to the theory of incredulity, right? If your argument for why it's not true is incredulousness, this is not a good argument. Zach, thank you again for the $9.99. Says this man's response to fact, the actual text of the book. Well, nuh-uh. I know. When you start reading the book, you get a lot of nuh-ahs really fast. And Zach coming in again says, just to be clear, I have no idea what I'm talking about. So yeah, quoting Dr. Derek. Yeah. It's funny that they want to defend the religion of the book, but they're willing to admit that they have no idea what the book actually means. Or like that last guy we talked to, they have no idea what's in the Old Testament. It's crazy that you would be a Christian and not know what's in the Old Testament. Nightman says, so did the good doctor just not listen in seminary or what? I don't know if he has a true seminary degree. I think he was using those words pretty loose. For example, I knew people that went to seminary that got counseling degrees. They didn't do biblical studies, right? I went to seminary and I did biblical studies, specifically concentrating on the Old Testament and biblical languages. And so I did a lot of study at seminary that the counselors didn't do. That's the nature of going to school. And Zach says, who ordered intellectually dishonest Ron Swanson? I think that's an accurate description, actually, a dishonest Ron Swanson without the great mustache, unfortunately. You need the mustache. And Zach coming in again. Holy shit, Zach, you're making it rain. Thank you so much. Says, can an all-loving being punish someone for doing wrong when they didn't have knowledge of what wrong was? And he knew that they would do it before they did. So you're referring to Adam and Eve because they did the thing God knew they were going to do. He tempted them to do it. And he knew ahead of time that they didn't have the moral thinking capacity to know that they're doing wrong. And the fact that they would get blamed for this is crazy. I've made this point so many times, Zach. The fact that Adam and Eve got punished and then all of their ancestors got punished for a crime that they committed before they knew that it was even bad to do it is insanity. And Carlos, my friend, great to see you today. Thank you so much for gifting out 50 DZ memberships. That's huge, friends. My goal for the summer, I have a summertime goal, friends. I want to get to 2,000 DZ memberships. I know we can do it. You guys are awesome. This is literally the best crowd on TikTok and YouTube. Amazing support. And because you guys support me so well, I've got great news coming up for you. I've got amazing news. I just can't tell you today. And Zach says, because natural things are the only things demonstrated to exist, you dunce. So Zach, that's my point. When I was talking to the philosophy guy, I'm saying these things that you might consider to be special pleading or illogical, they're illogical for your worldview too. The difference is the stuff in my worldview I know exists. I know that we exist. I know that all this stuff exists. So I'm willing to accept some things that are hard to accept versus to attribute to a thing that I don't know exists. And Narcissa, thank you so much for the 1999 super fail, epic fail. Thank you so much, friend. And Bryce, big W friend, good to see you, says, what the good doctor doesn't seem to get is that I don't know why God does X is precisely the reason for not adding a God into your presupposition. It raises more unanswerable questions, Occam Razor. So this is what I was saying, right? If your worldview is full of contradictory details or details that are completely unexpected and unexplained within that worldview, then I don't know if it's a great worldview to hold on to. And rock hard, my friend. Good to see you. Thank you so much for the super chat. Says, thank you for doing Doug and Sharon's good work, Justin. We love you. Actually making Fridays great again. Well, big W, I really appreciate that. Next time I'm out in your neck of the woods, we're going to get together for some more barbecue, friend. And TMJ, my great friend, good to see you. He says, when considering human phenotype geography, and that the Egyptians ruled Canaan, Israel for 500 years, were the Israelite people black and brown people prior to the rule of the Greeks and Romans. Okay, so the fact of the matter is the ancient Israelites were most likely olive-skinned. We've got pretty good testimony for this. People that were considered really dark were people that were doing hard labor in the sun, right? The people who were out in the sun all the time were just naturally darker than the average person, which tells me that most likely they were olive-skinned and not necessarily super dark-skinned because they themselves were giving you different ratings on the darkness of the skin. But these are tenuous conclusions. In the ancient Near Eastern texts, you don't have a lot of people talking about the color of people's skin. In the Sumerian and Babylonian literature, there's a lot of talk about the color of their hair. The Sumerian and the Babylonian people quite often are referred to as the black-headed people. So there's that. Sam Wilson, thank you so much for the $99 super chat. Big W, huge. Sam, I super appreciate that, friend. Says, just want to say thank you, Justin. Well, Sam, thank you. I super appreciate you supporting the stream and being here and super chatting. And thank you so much. Again, your guys' support is what makes these streams possible. And Metra says, if Inanna is, I don't think she was, if Inanna is Nephilim, God's fallen niece, why do we still follow her rituals? Pride in June linked to Juno, gender inversion, and war rioting. Why deny God but keep her legacy? Well, that has nothing to do with her legacy. Literally none of this that you just mentioned is something that Inanna was about. Inanna didn't say squat about pride. She didn't say squat about the month of June. Her month was in the fall. She was a harvest deity. Her celebration was during the harvest. She wasn't a Nephilim. She wasn't born of a union between gods and men. At one point, she tried to have a union with Enkidu, but Enkidu turned her down, didn't like that. And Singer says, how can physical processes get us to truth conclusions about reality? Better question, why can't they? And how does postulating non-physical things that we can't observe, test, or get us there? I don't think that it can, right? I think the last caller we had, I think, was doing the argument better, which is if you can demonstrate that immaterial things exist, then we can say, well, other immaterial things could exist, right? Even though we don't have proof that they exist, we're just laying the groundwork for the possibility of their existence. Rockhard for Doug says, just finished the book Jesus and a lecture series by Bart Ehrman that goes into the gospel sources regarding Q, M, and L. Also, a big W for bringing up Doug with this caller. He wouldn't bite. So the crazy thing with the last caller, and I knew it when he came in, he was so bent on getting his script out. He did not want to deviate. He did not want to deviate. I let him talk, but I was curious where it was going to go. But either way, yeah, he was bent on following the script. Texas says, first stream I've been able to catch on a new schedule, but I could smell the smoke all the way in Texas. Hope the summer is going great so far, buddy. Well, thank you so much, Texas. I appreciate that. And it is going great. And thank you, my friend, also for sending out 5 DZ memberships. Super appreciate it. And Doc says, my guy thinks contradictions prove eyewitnesses. By that logic, 4 drunk dudes arguing about UFOs is hard evidence for aliens. It's not history. It's post-mortem fan fiction with sandals. This is actually a good point that gets brought up a lot that I always forget to bring up, is the many eyewitnesses to Bigfoot, the many eyewitnesses to alien encounters. Listen, just because you have a witness doesn't mean the thing that they're claiming happened. That's preposterous. And Good Ferryman, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, just wanted to point out that Jonathan the Christian, it does not know what atheism is. It does not fail to answer questions. It is a stance that does not accept a claim. Do better, Jonathan. Yeah, actually, I agree with you. There's some problems there. Now, listen, guys, I'm 4 minutes past time. I apologize. I read as many super chats as I could. If I missed 1 or 2, I'm so sorry. I'll never let it happen again. That last conversation went late. You guys know I love and appreciate everybody who supports the channel. Next time I'll have a hard cutoff so we don't get super chats missed. But I've got to go. I've got to take care of my son. We're going to go have some fun time together. I'll be live again in a week on the next Friday. And next Friday when I see you, I've got a huge announcement. It's a mega announcement. It's a great announcement. You're going to love it. It's the best announcement. So thank you so much for being here. I'll see you again soon. And is someone live that we can go raid? Anyone? Is anyone live? Is Ian live right now? Let me see if Ian's live. Ian's probably live right now. Let's see. Who is live? Who's live? Let's see. It says I'm live, obviously. I don't see any atheists live right now other than myself. Let's see. Oh, one of Thinker's friends is live. Is that what you're saying? It must be on TikTok. Let me grab the TikTok stream for to see who's live on TikTok. All right, here's our live button. Let's see who's all live right now. Oh, we actually a bunch of people are live on TikTok right now. Shoot, so we can go raid quite a few people. So let's do this. Let's raid someone we haven't raided before, and see what we can do. I don't know if we've sent a raid to Christina before. I love Christina's channel. Let me put it on the screen. This is Christina Carroll. Her tag is "She Worth It for Real for Real." Christina Carroll is the stream. And let's go raid Christina's live. Let's go give her a Doug and Justin raid. Tell them that Doug is the rock solid truth and that we love and appreciate her and what she's doing. And I'll meet you over there in just a few minutes, friends. Let's go meet over in Christina's